Hello beautiful people. Welcome to Arise Harry. In today's episode, we explore, what if Harry invented 50 new spells at age 9 that the wizarding world had never seen? Hit like, subscribe, and join our community of story lovers. Let's begin. Chapter 1, The Boy in the Cupboard. The spider that lived in the corner where the ceiling met the wall had been there longer than Harry could remember. It had built its web 3 times now, twice destroyed by Aunt Petunia's vacuum hose shoved blindly through the cupboard door during her annual deep clean, which really meant she opened the door, jabbed the nozzle around for 30 seconds without looking inside, and slammed it shut again. Both times, the spider had rebuilt. Quietly. Patiently. Starting from the corner and working outward in careful, deliberate spirals. Harry respected that. He was lying on his back on the thin mattress that smelled of dust and something faintly chemical, fabric softener, maybe, from whenever the mattress had last belonged to someone who mattered, and watching the spider work by the thin line of light that crept under the door. It was a Tuesday. He knew because Aunt Petunia had fish on Tuesdays, and the house smelled of cod and vinegar, and Dudley had already thrown his tantrum about wanting chicken nuggets instead, which meant the muffled shouting had peaked about 20 minutes ago and settled into the low murmur of the television. Harry's stomach made a sound. He ignored it. He'd learned how to do that a long time ago. He wasn't thinking about food, anyway. He was thinking about the thing that had happened in the garden that morning. It had been cold, one of those gray, wet November mornings where the sky looked like a dirty ceiling and the air went right through your jumper. Aunt Petunia had sent him out to turn the compost heap, a job she'd invented specifically because it was disgusting and Dudley had once cried at the smell. Harry didn't mind it, actually. The garden was the one place the Dursleys left him mostly alone, because being seen near Harry while he was doing chores might mean a neighbor would realize they used him for labor, and that would mean questions, and questions were what the Dursleys feared more than anything except abnormality. So Harry had been alone, turning the compost with a pitchfork that was too big for him, when the rain started. Not a drizzle. A proper, soaking, November rain that hit the back of his neck like cold needles and turned the compost into a steaming, stinking mess. He'd wanted it to stop. Not in the way you normally want rain to stop, a passing thought, a grumble. He'd wanted it with his whole body. He was cold and tired and his glasses were streaked so badly he could barely see, and he'd pressed his eyes shut and thought, very clearly, stop. And it had. Not everywhere. Not the whole sky. Just, around him. About 2 feet in every direction, the rain parted. He could hear it still hammering the garden, the fence, the shed roof. But where Harry stood, the air was dry. He'd opened his eyes and looked up and seen the rain splitting above him like a stream around a rock, each drop curving gently sideways before continuing its fall beyond the invisible boundary. He'd stood there, breathing, for almost a full minute. Then Aunt Petunia had rapped on the kitchen window and the thing, whatever it was, broke, and the rain crashed down on him all at once and he was soaked through in seconds. But it had happened. That was the part that mattered, lying here in the cupboard with the spider and the dark and the smell of cod. It had happened, and it wasn't the first time. The first time had been when he was 7. He didn't count the things from before that, the things that happened by accident. His hair growing back overnight after Aunt Petunia shaved it. Ending up on the school roof when Dudley's gang was chasing him. The jumper Aunt Petunia tried to force over his head shrinking until it wouldn't fit a doll. Those were things that happened to him. He didn't control them. They were like sneezes, pressure building, release, and then it was over. The first real time was in the cupboard, on a night in January when the heating had broken and Uncle Vernon, after calling the repair company and learning it would cost £200 for an emergency visit, had decided they could wait until morning for the regular rate. He'd put an extra duvet on Dudley's bed. He'd put an extra duvet on his own bed. He had not put an extra anything on Harry's bed, because Harry's bed did not, in Uncle Vernon's mind, exist as a thing that required consideration. So Harry lay in the dark, shaking. Not the gentle kind of cold where you pull your knees up and your body warms the space eventually. Real cold. The kind that gets into your fingers and makes them ache, that turns your breath into something visible even in the dark, that makes your jaw clench so tight your teeth hurt. He'd curled into the smallest shape he could make, blanket wrapped around himself twice, and he'd thought about being warm. Not a fireplace or a hot bath, he didn't think in those terms, because fireplaces were for the living room where he wasn't welcome and hot baths were things Dudley took for 45 minutes while Harry waited to use the lukewarm leftovers. He just thought about warmth itself. The idea of it. Heat as a thing that existed somewhere and could, maybe, if he wanted it badly enough, come here. And it came. Not suddenly. It was like something turned on, deep in his chest, a low hum, barely physical, more like a sound felt through bone than heard through ears. And warmth spread outward from that hum, through his ribs, down his arms, into his fingertips. Not hot. Just warm. Exactly, precisely warm enough. He'd gasped, and the hum flickered, and the warmth wavered, and then he'd steadied himself, instinctively, the way you steady yourself on a bicycle when you first realize you're not falling, and the warmth held. He slept well that night. Warm. The ice on the inside of the cupboard door didn't melt, the cold was still there, all around him, but it couldn't reach him. In the morning, he tried to do it again. Failed. Tried again that night when the heating still wasn't fixed. Failed. Tried the next night. Failed. On the fourth night, lying very still, he stopped trying and started remembering. Not the warmth itself, but the feeling right before it, that moment of absolute, desperate wanting, followed by something shifting inside him, like a door opening onto a room he hadn't known was there. The hum came back. The warmth followed. He didn't fail again after that. Over the next 2 years, Harry learned several things. The first, whatever this was, it was real. It wasn't imagination. It wasn't dreaming. He could reproduce it. He could control it. With practice, he could shape it. The second, it lived in him like a second heartbeat. Once he'd learned to feel it, really feel it, not just the dramatic bursts that happened when he was scared or angry, he could sense it all the time. A low, steady current running through him, just beneath the skin. Sometimes it surged for no reason he could identify. Sometimes it went quiet, almost still, and those were the days he felt most ordinary, most like the boy the Dursleys thought he was. The third, nobody else could do this. He'd watched. Carefully, the way he watched everything in the Dursley household, quietly, from the edges. He'd watched Aunt Petunia strain to reach a high shelf and thought, can't she just? And realized no. He'd watched Uncle Vernon struggle to start the car on a cold morning, flooding the engine, cursing, and thought, why doesn't he just push the? And realized no. He'd watched Dudley, who had never wanted for anything in his life and therefore had never needed to reach inside himself for something that wasn't there, and realized that whatever this current was, whatever this door was, it was his alone. The fourth, and most important, he could invent with it. This was what separated the thing with the rain from the thing with the warmth. The warmth had been survival, instinct, need, the animal part of him reaching for comfort. The rain was different. The rain was Harry seeing a problem, imagining a specific solution, and building it. The rain was architecture. It started in the spring when he was 8. He'd been locked in the cupboard after an incident at school. Dudley had told a teacher Harry had stolen his lunch, which was a lie, but Dudley's lies had the structural integrity of the Dursleys' entire worldview behind them, so Harry hadn't bothered to argue. 2 days in the cupboard. Water from the bathroom tap in a plastic cup twice a day. Meals slid through the door, bread, sometimes with butter, sometimes without, depending on Aunt Petunia's mood. He wasn't angry. He'd been past anger for a long time. Anger was expensive. It used energy and changed nothing, and sometimes it triggered the uncontrolled things, the accidental bursts, and those always made things worse. What he felt, instead, was bored. 2 days is a long time when you're 8 and your cupboard is 4 feet wide and 6 feet long and the only light is what leaks under the door and through the vent slats. He'd already counted the spider's web strands, 43. He'd already made up stories in his head until the stories started blurring together. He'd already slept as much as his body would allow. So he started playing with the current. Small things at first. He could make the warmth happen on command now, had been able to for months, so he tried variations. Could he make one hand warm and the other cold? Yes, but it took concentration, like trying to draw circles with one hand and squares with the other. Could he make the warmth move? Send it down his arm, into his fingers, out of his fingers and, something happened. The warmth left his fingertips and entered the air. He felt it go, like breath leaving his lungs, and for a moment it was just, gone. Lost. Dissipated. But then he pulled. Not with his hand. With the same internal muscle he used to find the current. He pulled, and the warmth gathered, and there was a light. A tiny, pitiful, flickering light. Hanging in the air about an inch above his index finger. Barely brighter than a match. Bluish-white, trembling, looking like it might die at any second. Harry stared at it. It didn't die. He laughed, a short, sharp sound that surprised him, and the light flared and then steadied. He moved his finger and the light followed. He moved his hand away entirely and the light stayed where it was, hovering in the dark cupboard, this tiny impossible star. Stay, he whispered. Not because he thought it could hear him. Because he wanted to say something, and that was the word that came. The light stayed. For almost 10 minutes, it stayed, and Harry lay on his back and watched it and didn't feel the cupboard around him at all. When it finally faded, he felt tired, genuinely, physically tired, like he'd been running, but he also felt something else. Something new. He felt powerful. Not in the way Uncle Vernon was powerful, which was loud and large and based entirely on making other people feel small. Not in the way Dudley was powerful, which was really just cruelty that nobody stopped. This was different. This was quiet and private and his, and nobody could take it, because nobody knew it existed. He made the light again the next day. Brighter this time. Lasting longer. He practiced every night for a week until he could hold it for an hour without tiring, could make it brighter or dimmer with a thought, could change its color, warm amber, cool blue, pale green, by shifting something in his intent that he couldn't have explained but could absolutely feel. He'd invented something. A thing that hadn't existed before he made it. A tool, born from nothing but need and curiosity and the stubborn refusal to sit in the dark. He thought of it as his light spell, though he didn't know the word spell. He just knew it was his. And then he invented another one. By the time he was 9 years and 2 months old, Harry had a system. He didn't write it down, writing things down meant evidence, and evidence meant the Dursleys, and the Dursleys meant trouble. He kept it in his head, organized the way he organized everything, carefully, precisely, in a structure that made sense to him even if it might not make sense to anyone else. He thought of them as workings. Things he'd figured out how to do reliably, consistently, on purpose. Each one had started as an experiment. What if I try this? And become, through practice, something he could reach for, like reaching for a tool on a shelf. The light was the first. He called it glow, in his head, and he could make it any size from a pinpoint to a sphere the size of a football, any color, any brightness. He could attach it to objects, make a sock glow, make a wall glow, or leave it hanging in the air. He could make several at once, though more than 4 took real effort. The warmth was the second, although it was really the first chronologically. He called it kindle, because it felt like lighting a fire inside himself. He'd refined it since that first freezing night. He could project it outward now, warm the air in the whole cupboard, not just his own body. He could reverse it, too, pulling heat away from something and making it cold. He'd discovered that accidentally when he'd been trying to cool a burn on his hand from a too-hot pan, cooking was one of his chores, and the water in the cup beside him had frozen solid. The rain parting was the third, and it was the one that changed everything, because it proved a principle Harry had been suspecting: he could affect the physical world in ways that went beyond his own body. He could push things. Not with his hands, with the current. He'd refined this into something he thought of as press, a directed force, invisible, that could shove, hold, or deflect. He could push a door closed from across the room. He could hold a plate in the air. He could, if he concentrated very hard, deflect a thrown ball before it hit him, which had saved him 3 times during Dudley's favorite game of Harry hunting. Those were the first 3. Glow, kindle, press. The foundations. Everything else grew from them. The way Harry invented new workings was not systematic in any way an adult scientist would recognize. He didn't hypothesize and test. He played. He played the way a child with a new box of crayons plays, trying things to see what happened, following instinct, making mistakes that turned into discoveries. The current inside him responded to this approach. It seemed to like being explored, if that made any sense, which Harry knew it probably didn't, but he also knew what he felt, and what he felt was that the current got easier to work with the more he used it. Like a muscle that grew stronger with exercise. Like a language that got more fluent the more you spoke it. One night in April, 3 weeks after the rain incident, Harry was lying in the cupboard practicing glow, making the little light dance in patterns above his face, spirals and figure eights, seeing how fast he could make it move, when he noticed something. The light was leaving trails. Not visible trails, not light streaks in the air. Something else. When he moved the glow quickly, the current left. He didn't have a word for it: residue. Like a snail trail, but made of the same energy that flowed inside him. He could see it, but not with his eyes exactly. He could feel it, the way he could feel the current itself. Faint lines hanging in the air, fading slowly, marking where his magic had been. He stopped moving the glow and focused on the trails. They were already disappearing, thinning like smoke. But while they lasted, he could sense them. And more than that, he could sense other things like them. Faint, impossibly faint, like hearing a whisper in a noisy room, but there. Lines of something running through the walls of the cupboard. Through the floor. Through the house itself. He sat up so fast he hit his head on the underside of the stairs. Ow, he muttered, rubbing his head, but he barely felt it because he was reaching with that inner sense, following those faint lines, and the more he focused the more he could feel them, a web, a network, gossamer thin threads of something that wasn't his own current but was somehow related to it. They ran through the walls, through the earth, through the air. Some were thicker than others. Some pulsed faintly. One, a knot of them, actually, tangled and dense, was directly above him, on the other side of the cupboard ceiling. Harry had no idea what he was sensing. He wouldn't know for another 2 years, when a tall woman in emerald robes would explain it in a classroom and call it the ambient magical field, the background radiation of magic that permeated the world, concentrated around magical places and objects. He wouldn't know that what he'd just done, perceiving the threads, was a skill most adult wizards never developed, and the few who did relied on complex detection spells and enchanted instruments. Harry had done it by accident, at age 9, because he was bored and paying attention. He spent the next 3 nights learning to control it. To turn the perception on and off. To focus it, narrow it, widen it. By the 3rd night, he could feel the entire house, and he could feel the differences. The threads were denser around certain objects, the television, for some reason, and the boiler, and a spot in the attic he'd never been allowed to visit. They were thinner around the Dursleys themselves, around Vernon and Petunia and Dudley. The thread seemed to avoid them, curving away like the rain had curved away from Harry, except Harry had done that on purpose and this seemed natural. He called this one sight, even though it wasn't really seeing. It was more like touching, but at a distance. Feeling the shape of the world's hidden architecture with an invisible hand. And it was sight that led to the next breakthrough, because 3 days after developing it, Harry felt something he couldn't explain, a thick, complex knot of threads wrapped around the entire house. Every wall, every window, every door. A structure, deliberate, intentional, made by someone, encasing number 4, Privet Drive like a shell. Someone else could do what he could do. Someone had built something out of the threads. Something designed to, he pushed his sight into the knot, carefully, gently, something designed to protect. Harry lay in the cupboard, feeling the invisible architecture of a ward scheme that Albus Dumbledore had placed around the house on the night he'd left a baby on the doorstep, and he thought, very calmly, I'm not the only one. He was more careful after that. Not scared. Harry didn't do scared, not really, not anymore. Fear was like anger, expensive and useless, and the cupboard had burned both out of him years ago, leaving something quieter and more durable in their place. But careful, yes. If someone else could build with the threads, then someone else might be able to sense him building. And if there was one thing Harry had learned in 9 years with the Dursleys, it was that being noticed was dangerous. So he kept his workings small. He practiced at night, in the cupboard, with the door closed and the light off, his glow hovering above him, a controlled, contained sphere of light that he could douse in an instant. He never used anything where someone might see. He never used it at school. He was careful, disciplined, and systematic in a way that would have been remarkable in an adult and was nearly unbelievable in a 9-year-old, except that the cupboard had made him old in all the ways that mattered. But he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. The workings were his. They were the only thing that was his. May brought 4 new ones in quick succession. He figured out that press, his force push, could be shaped in ways beyond simple shoving. He could make it into a wall. An invisible, flat barrier that held firm when he pushed against it with his hand. He called this shield, and he tested it by throwing a shoe at it. The shoe bounced off with a dull thunk and fell to the floor. Harry grinned in the dark. He figured out that Kindle, reversed, the cold version, the one that had frozen his water, could be focused into a point and directed outward. A beam of concentrated cold that frosted the inside of the cupboard door and left a patch of ice on the wood. He didn't name this one for a while, then called it Bite, because that's what cold felt like, teeth. He figured out, almost by accident, that if he let the current flow into an object, not onto it, like with glow, but into it, pushed deep into its substance, the object became tougher. Stronger. He discovered this with a pencil. A normal, yellow, number 2 pencil that he'd swiped from school. He pushed his current into it the way he pushed warmth through his body, and the pencil, he tested it by trying to snap it in half, wouldn't break. He bent it as hard as he could and it flexed like metal instead of splintering. He called this harden, and spent 2 days making everything in his cupboard nearly indestructible for the sheer delight of it. His blanket became thick and heavy as leather. His pillow became firm as a sandbag. The spider's web, he was very, very careful, became like steel wire, much to the spider's apparent confusion. He undid them all after 2 days. He didn't know if the effect was permanent or not, another thing to test, but he didn't want anyone to notice a blanket they couldn't tear or a pencil they couldn't break. And then, at the end of May, he figured out the one that scared him. He'd been practicing sight, tracing the threads through the house, learning the shape of the protective shell around number 4, when he'd gotten curious about the threads themselves. Not where they went, but what they were. He'd pushed his perception deeper into one of the thicker threads, the ones that ran through the walls, and felt something that made him pull back sharply. The thread was alive. Not alive like the spider or like Harry. Alive like a river was alive. Moving. Flowing. Carrying something. Information, maybe, or energy, or something he didn't have a word for. The threads weren't just lines. They were channels. And they connected to everything. He pushed back in, more slowly. Followed the thread. It ran through the wall, into the ground, through the earth, and he was somewhere else. Not physically. His body was still in the cupboard. But his awareness, his sight, was suddenly vast. The thread connected to other threads, which connected to others, which connected to others, and he could feel them all, a web stretching outward in every direction, pulsing, humming, alive, and at every intersection of threads there was something. A house. A building. A place where the threads knotted together more densely, which meant, he was starting to understand, a place where more of this energy gathered. The scope of it hit him like vertigo. He pulled back, gasping, and found himself in the cupboard again, heart hammering, glow flickering wildly above him. He didn't try that again for a week. When he did, he went more carefully. He followed one thread, slowly, and kept his awareness narrow. The thread led through little whinging, past houses where the energy was thin and pale, ordinary houses, he assumed, like the Dursleys, past one house where the energy was slightly more concentrated. He would later learn that Mrs. Fig, 2 streets over, was a squib, not magical enough to use the threads, but magical enough to thicken them, and then out of the neighborhood entirely, running southeast through the earth like a vein, getting thicker as it went, joining with other threads, and then, he hit something huge. A place where thousands of threads converged. A knot so dense and bright and alive that it felt like staring at the sun with his inner sense. He could feel age in it. Immense, impossible age. Old as the hills it sat on, because he could feel hills, and water, and stone. He could feel towers. He could feel the shape of the thing, massive and intricate, and the magic pouring off it in waves, and somewhere inside it, moving through its corridors like blood cells through arteries, he could feel people. Hundreds of them. All of them bright with the same current that lived inside Harry. He pulled back, shaking. He didn't know what it was. He wouldn't know for 2 years. But the feeling of it stayed with him, warm and resonant, like hearing a song in a language you don't speak and knowing, somehow, that it's about home. Summer came and the world opened up. Not literally. The Dursleys were the same. Vernon was working long hours at Grunnings and came home irritable and loud. Petunia was fussing over the garden and the neighbors and Dudley's diet, which was a losing battle fought with increasing desperation against a boy who discovered that the corner shop sold chocolate bars for 50 pence and had a weekly allowance of £5. Dudley was Dudley, large, mean, surrounded by a gang of boys who followed him because he was the biggest and because his father would shout at anyone who complained about them. Harry moved through it all like a ghost. He did his chores. He cooked breakfast. He weeded the garden. He cleaned the bathroom. He was quiet and small and exactly as invisible as they wanted him to be. And at night, in the cupboard, he built. June was the month of sound. He'd been thinking about sight, how it let him feel things he couldn't see, and wondered if he could do the same with hearing. Not just enhanced hearing, not just making his ears more sensitive. Something different. Something active. He started by humming. A low, steady note, almost subvocal, while pushing his current outward in a thin wave. The current carried the vibration. He could feel it spreading out from him like ripples in a pond, and when the ripples hit something, the cupboard wall, the door, the stairs above him, they bounced back. And the bounced back ripple carried information. Shape. Density. Distance. It was like being a bat. Harry knew about echolocation from a book he'd read in the school library, the library being the one place Dudley's gang never thought to look for him. This was the same principle, except that the sound wasn't sound at all, it was his current, shaped like sound, behaving like sound, but invisible and inaudible to anyone who couldn't feel the threads. He called it pulse, and within a week he could map a room without opening his eyes. Within 2 weeks, he could feel through walls. He could lie in the cupboard and know exactly where Uncle Vernon was sitting in the living room, the big armchair, always the big armchair, where Aunt Petunia was standing in the kitchen, by the sink, washing up, and where Dudley was, lying on his stomach on the floor in front of the television, because Dudley only had 2 positions, eating and horizontal. This was useful in practical, immediate ways. He could hear Uncle Vernon's heavy footsteps heading for the cupboard door a full 30 seconds before they arrived, giving him time to douse his glow and pretend to be asleep. He could feel Aunt Petunia hovering outside the door, listening, before she knocked, and make sure he was making appropriate sleeping sounds. But Pulse also showed him something unexpected. The Dursleys had almost no current of their own. Vernon was like a dead spot, the threads actually thinned around him, as if repelled. Petunia had something, a tiny, vestigial spark buried so deep it might as well not exist, surrounded by something hard and cold that Harry's pulse bounced off of. Like scar tissue. Interesting. He filed that away. July was the month of force. He'd been developing press for months, the basic push, but now he refined it into something more sophisticated. He discovered he could control the shape of the force precisely. A flat wall, shield. A narrow beam, he called this lance. A sphere that expanded outward from a central point, he called this burst. A grip, not a push but a hold, wrapping force around an object and keeping it in place, he called this clamp. He discovered something else, too. He could control gravity. Or not gravity exactly, he didn't understand the physics well enough to know what he was actually doing, but the pull of things. He could make himself lighter. Not floating, not flying, but lighter, so that he could jump higher, land softer, move faster. He found this out when Dudley's gang cornered him in the park and he jumped the back fence, a 6-foot wooden fence, in a single leap, landing softly on the other side while Dudley gaped through the slats. He called that one feather, and it quickly became one of his favorites, because it was useful and because it felt wonderful, the lightness, the ease, the sense of being untethered from the ground. He was up to 12 workings now. He kept track in his head, running through the list each night before sleep like a child counting treasures: glow, kindle, press, shield, bite, harden, sight, pulse, lance, burst, clamp, feather. 12. And every single one was his. August was when it got strange. Harry had been practicing glow one night, not the basic version, but a variation he'd been working on. He'd been trying to make the light move. Not move through the air, which he could already do. Move on its own. Independently. He wanted to send his little light out through the vent and have it scout the hallway while he stayed in the cupboard. The problem was control. He could move the glow with his mind, directing it like a remote-controlled car, but that took concentration. If his attention wavered, the light drifted or popped. He wanted it to move by itself. To give it a direction and let it go. He worked on it for 3 nights. On the 3rd night, frustrated, he tried something different. Instead of trying to remotely control the glow's movement, he pushed a piece of his intent into the glow itself. Not just current. Not just the energy that sustained the light. Something more personal. A desire. An instruction, embedded in the working like a message in a bottle. Go through the vent. Turn left. Come back. The glow shivered. It was the only word for it. A visible tremble, a shifting of light, and then it moved, smoothly, purposefully, without Harry directing it. It floated to the vent, squeezed through the slats, and disappeared. Harry held his breath. 30 seconds later, the glow came back through the vent, bobbed twice in the air in front of him, and settled back onto his palm. Harry stared at it. "You did it," he whispered. The glow pulsed. Brighter, dimmer, brighter. Almost like a heartbeat. Almost like a response. And that was the moment something shifted in Harry's understanding of what he was doing. The current wasn't just energy. It wasn't just a force to be shaped and directed. It could carry intent. It could hold instructions. It could, if he pushed enough of himself into it, act independently. His workings could think. No. That was wrong. They couldn't think. The glow hadn't decided to go through the vent. It had followed his embedded instruction, like a toy following a programmed path. But the fact that it could follow instructions at all, that a piece of his magic could be separated from him, given a purpose, and trusted to execute it, that changed everything. He spent the rest of August exploring this. He made a glow that patrolled the hallway outside the cupboard all night, dimming itself automatically when someone passed. He figured out how to embed conditional instructions, if this, then that. He made a press that hovered near the cupboard door, ready to push back if someone tried to open it violently, giving him a few seconds warning. He made a Kindle that maintained a constant temperature in the cupboard regardless of the weather outside, self-adjusting, requiring no conscious attention from Harry at all. These were still simple. Mechanical. Following embedded instructions the way a thermostat follows its programming, no intelligence, no awareness. But Harry could feel something at the edge of possibility. Something bigger. It came together on the last night of August, 2 days before September and the start of school, on a night when the cupboard felt smaller than usual and Harry felt more alone than he had in months. He'd had a bad day. Not dramatically bad, no beatings, no locked doors, no skipped meals. Just the steady, grinding, low-level bad that was the Dursleys' default. Vernon ignoring him at the dinner table as if his chair were empty. Petunia snapping at him to wash up and then criticizing the way he held the sponge. Dudley smirking at him from the sofa, a look that said I have everything and you have nothing and we both know it. Harry lay in the cupboard and felt the loneliness like a physical thing. A weight on his chest. A coldness that Kindle couldn't touch because it wasn't in his body. It was in the empty space between him and every other person in the world, a space that seemed, on nights like this, unbridgeable. He made a glow. Small. Warm amber. Hovering above his palm. He pushed his intent into it. Not an instruction this time. Not go here, do this, come back. Something less defined. Something more like, be here. Be with me. Be something I can talk to in the dark. The glow changed. It happened slowly, over the course of maybe a minute. The sphere of light shifted, elongated, grew 4 small legs, a body, a head. A tail. 2 tiny points of brighter light where eyes would be. It looked like, Harry's breath caught. It looked like a fox. A tiny, luminous fox, the size of his hand, made entirely of warm amber light, standing on his palm with its head tilted to one side. And it was looking at him. Not in the direction he'd pointed it. Not following an embedded instruction. Looking at him the way the spider looked at a vibration in its web, with attention. With awareness. With something that Harry could feel through his connection to the current that animated it, something that wasn't thought and wasn't emotion but was somewhere in between. Hello, Harry whispered. The fox sat down on his palm. Its tail curled around its feet. It looked up at him, and the 2 points of light that were its eyes blinked. Harry felt something through the connection, a warmth that wasn't Kindle, a presence that wasn't pulse, a response to his loneliness that he hadn't programmed or instructed or designed. The fox just, was. It existed because Harry needed it to exist, and it knew this, and it was content to be here. Harry's eyes stung. He blinked hard and the fox flickered and he steadied himself and the fox steadied too. Stay, he said. The same word he'd said to his first glow, a year and a half ago, in this same cupboard. But it meant something different now. The fox laid its head on its paws. Its tail flicked once. It stayed. Harry didn't sleep that night. He lay on his back with the fox on his chest. It weighed nothing, being made of light, but he could feel it as a warm spot over his heart, and he thought about what he'd done. He'd been making workings for nearly 2 years. He had a system. He had categories. Glow was light. Kindle was temperature. Press and its variants were force. Sight was perception. Pulse was active sensing. Each one manipulated something, light, heat, kinetic energy, magical fields, sound waves. They were tools. Sophisticated, versatile, powerful tools, but tools. The fox was not a tool. The fox was, he struggled for the word, a creature. Something he'd made that had its own existence, however dependent on his current to sustain it. Something that responded to him not because he'd programmed a response but because it had a nature, simple, limited, but real, and that nature included awareness of him. This was different from everything else. This was alive. Was it, though? He tested. He sent the fox an instruction, go to the door, and it went, trotting across the mattress on its little light legs. He sent it another, come back, and it came. But then he sent it a contradiction, go to the door and come back at the same time, and the fox stopped, looked at him, and sat down in the middle of the mattress. Refusing. Not confused by the impossible instruction but refusing, the way a real animal might refuse a command it didn't understand, by simply not doing it. That was intelligence. Minimal, rudimentary, but real. The fox could make choices. Harry covered his face with his hands and laughed, a muffled, slightly unhinged sound that he was very glad the Dursleys were asleep for. He'd invented life. A tiny, temporary, light-based form of life that probably couldn't exist for more than a few hours without his current sustaining it, but life nonetheless. It was the most terrifying and exhilarating thing he'd ever done. The fox climbed back onto his chest and curled up. Its warmth pulsed gently, in rhythm with something. After a moment, Harry realized it was in rhythm with his own heartbeat. The fox had synced to him. Not because he'd told it to. Because it wanted to. Harry lay in the dark cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, with a creature made of his own magic sleeping on his chest, and thought, what am I? He didn't have an answer. But the question didn't frighten him the way it might have a year ago. A year ago, the strangeness of what he could do had felt isolating, proof that he was different, wrong, the freak the Dursleys had always called him. Now, lying here with the fox's warmth and the threads humming in the walls and the 12 workings catalogued in his mind like a library of possibilities, now, the strangeness felt like a beginning. Whatever he wasn't finished yet. September through December was school and chores and careful, hidden practice. Harry turned 9 in July but nothing had marked it, the Dursleys didn't acknowledge his birthday and he'd stopped expecting them to, so the autumn felt like a continuation rather than a new chapter. He kept his head down at school. He sat at the back of the class and did his work and didn't draw attention and watched Dudley's gang from a safe distance and used feather exactly once, to clear a wall when they cornered him behind the gym. At night, he worked. The fox, he called it Ember, because of its color and because it felt like a kept fire, became a regular companion. He could sustain it for about 4 hours before the drain on his current became uncomfortable, and he could resummon it after resting. It grew more complex over time, not because Harry deliberately added complexity but because the nature he'd imbued it with seemed to develop on its own, the way a plant grows toward light. Ember learned the layout of the cupboard. It learned to hide when it heard footsteps. It learned to nuzzle Harry's hand when his mood dropped, somehow sensing his emotional state through their connection. It was, without question, Harry's best working. But it was only one of many. The months brought a cascade of new ideas, each building on what came before, each opening doors to the next. In September, he figured out that his current could interact with other people's current, or, more precisely, with the threads around other people. He was sitting in class, bored, idly extending his sight, when he noticed that the threads around Ms. Chen, his maths teacher, were behaving strangely. They were agitated, trembling, nodding and unnodding. Ms. Chen was standing at the whiteboard explaining long division, looking perfectly calm. But she wasn't calm. Harry could feel it. The threads were reflecting her emotional state, anxiety, frustration, something heavy and sad underneath, like a mood ring made of magic. He couldn't read her thoughts. Nothing that specific. But he could feel the texture of her emotions, the way you could feel rain on your skin without knowing where each drop came from. He called this red. He didn't use it often. It felt intrusive, like opening someone's diary. But he practiced it enough to make it reliable, because information was safety, and knowing what the people around him were feeling had obvious survival value in a house full of Dursleys. In October, he made a breakthrough with light. He'd been playing with glow, trying to make it brighter, always brighter, pushing more current into it, when he overshot and the glow flared so brilliantly that it burned after images into his vision even through closed eyelids. He'd flinched, lost control, and the light had scattered into a dozen fragments that bounced around the cupboard like fireflies before fading. But the moment of the flare had shown him something. When the glow reached a certain intensity, the light didn't just illuminate, it blinded. And more than that, the current inside the light had a physical effect. The flare had hit the cupboard door and left a scorch mark. Light, pushed hard enough, could burn. He spent a week refining this into a working he called flash, a burst of concentrated light that could dazzle and disorient. And a related one, darker, that he called sear, a focused beam of current-infused light, thin as a pencil, that could cut through wood. He tested sear on a stick he brought in from the garden and it sliced clean through like a laser. Harry put sear in the back of his mental catalogue and marked it as dangerous, careful. He was 9 years old and he understood, with a clarity that many adults lacked, that the ability to cut through things was not something to be used lightly. In November, he discovered what would become his most sophisticated and unsettling ability. He'd been using sight to study the protective shell around number 4, Privet Drive, not to tamper with it, just to understand it. The shell was a masterwork. Even without knowing what proper magic looked like, Harry could feel the elegance of it, thousands of threads woven together in a pattern so complex it made his own workings look like finger paintings. Whoever had built this was operating on a level Harry couldn't even fully comprehend. But he could see the structure. The way the threads interlocked. The way they fed into each other, reinforcing, supporting, creating a whole stronger than the sum of its parts. And he noticed that some threads were load-bearing, remove them and the whole structure would weaken, while others were redundant, backups, safety nets. The shell was a machine. A magical machine. And machines, if you understood their parts, could be taken apart. Harry didn't take the shell apart. He wasn't stupid. Whoever had built it for a reason, and the word he'd felt when he first sensed it, protect, suggested that reason was him. But the realization that he could, that his sight could identify the critical threads in any magical structure, and that with enough precision, he could pull them, that realization was staggering. He called this one unravel. The ability to see the threads of a magical working and selectively remove them, disabling or destroying the working entirely. It was the opposite of creation. It was magical surgery. And he practiced it not on the shell around the house but on his own workings, building a shield, then studying its thread structure with sight, then carefully pulling a single thread to see what happened. What happened was the shield collapsed. He rebuilt it, studied it again, pulled a different thread. Repeat. 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 Until he understood exactly which threads did what and could disable his own shield with a single, precise pull. Unravel was number 20 on his list. He was inventing faster now, each new working coming more easily, building on the foundation of everything before it. 21 was muffle, a variation of press that created a bubble of stillness around him where sound couldn't enter or leave. Perfect for practicing at night. 22 was trace, an extension of sight that let him follow a specific magical thread to its source, like following a string through a maze. 23 was anchor, a spatial working that let him fix himself or an object in place, immovable, locked to a specific point in space regardless of external forces. He discovered this when he was trying to figure out why feather made him lighter and thought, what if instead of lighter, I went heavier? The answer wasn't heavier, exactly. It was fixed. Anchored. He tested it by anchoring his pillow and then trying to lift the pillow. It didn't budge. Didn't flex. Didn't acknowledge his hand at all. It might as well have been welded to the floor. 24 was flicker, a variation of glow that bent light around an object, making it nearly invisible. Not perfect invisibility. A shimmer, a distortion, like heat haze. But enough that in dim light or at a distance, the object simply wasn't there. Harry used flicker on himself for the first time on a December evening, standing in the back garden in the early dark, and watched Aunt Petunia look right through him when she came to the window to close the curtains. He stood 3 feet from the glass and she didn't see him. His heart was hammering. Not with fear. With possibility. By Christmas of the year he turned 9, Harry had 30 workings. He organized them in his head by category: light, glow, flash, sear, flicker. 4 workings that manipulated light in various ways: creation, intensification, weaponization, bending. Temperature, kindle, bite. 2 workings, 1 for heat, 1 for cold. Force, press, shield, lance, burst, clamp, feather, anchor. 7 workings that manipulated kinetic energy, gravity, and spatial fixing. Perception, sight, pulse, read, trace. 4 workings for sensing magic, mapping spaces, reading emotions, and following magical signatures. Structure, harden, unravel. 2 workings, 1 for reinforcing physical objects with current, 1 for dismantling magical constructs. Sound, muffle. 1 working for sound manipulation. Constructs, ember. 1 working, but it was the most complex by far, a semi-sentient being of living magic. And then there were the others. The ones that didn't fit neatly into categories. Tether, the ability to create a magical connection between 2 objects, so that what happened to one affected the other. He'd linked 2 stones from the garden, heating one heated the other. He was still exploring the limits of this. Mend, pushing his current into a broken object and remembering its wholeness. The current filled the cracks and the object reassembled. He'd fixed a cracked plate, a snapped pencil, and a torn page of a library book. Living things were different. He tried mend on a cut on his hand and it had worked, slowly, painfully, but it had worked, and that was another one he marked as careful. Whisper, sending his voice through the threads, like a magical telephone. He could project a sound, his voice, a tone, anything, to a specific location, without anyone in between hearing it. He'd used this exactly once, to say, "Boo," in Dudley's ear from across the garden. The scream had been satisfying but he'd been too terrified of discovery to do it again. Grip, not physical grip, but magical. Grabbing hold of someone's current, their magical energy, the tiny thread that even non-magical people had, and holding it. He'd done this to a pigeon in the garden. The pigeon had frozen in place, not paralyzed exactly, but held, its current locked by his. He'd let go after 2 seconds, feeling slightly sick. The pigeon had flown away, apparently unharmed. He didn't practice grip on people. He didn't want to know what that felt like. Weave, the constructive counterpart to unravel. Taking threads of ambient magic and weaving them together into a new structure. A simple ward, a basic enchantment. He'd woven a tiny ward around his cupboard door that would give him a warning sensation when someone touched the handle. It was crude compared to the shell around the house, a child's finger painting next to a Renaissance masterpiece, but it worked. Wake, the strangest one. He'd been sitting in the garden on a December morning, cold, the ground frozen, the trees bare, and he'd pushed his current into the earth. Not directed. Not shaped into a working. Just, offered. Like opening a hand to a shy animal. And the ambient magic in the garden had stirred. Risen. Thickened. For about 10 minutes, the garden had felt alive in a way it hadn't before, the threads denser, brighter, almost vibrating. A bird had landed on the fence and sat there, head tilted, staring at Harry. A cat had appeared from nowhere, rubbed against his legs, and vanished. The frozen grass under his hands had softened, not melting, but somehow warm despite the ice. He called it wake because it felt like waking something up. The ambient magic, the background hum of the world, responding to an invitation. 30 workings. 29 tools and techniques and one small, amber, fox-shaped friend who slept on his chest and blinked its light eyes in the dark. January. February. His 10th birthday approaching, though he'd stopped counting birthdays as meaningful. The winter was cold and grey and the Dursleys were as they always were, and Harry went to school and did his chores and lived his invisible life and practiced his workings at night, and every morning when he woke up he ran through the list in his head and felt, for just a moment, like the richest person in the world. The next 20 came faster. Not because they were easier, some were incredibly difficult, requiring weeks of practice, but because Harry's understanding of the current was deeper now. He could feel its moods, its tendencies, the way it wanted to flow. And he'd realized something important: the current wasn't an external force he was wielding. It was part of him. It was him, in a way his body was him. An extension of his will, his intent, his imagination. The only limit on what he could do was the limit of what he could conceive of doing. Slip, a spatial working that let him pass through thin barriers. Not walking through walls, nothing that dramatic. But a closed door that wasn't locked, a curtain, a thin fence. He could push his body through it, the current parting the physical matter for a fraction of a second and rejoining it behind him. The sensation was deeply unpleasant, like being squeezed through a tube, and he couldn't do it with anything thicker than about 3 inches. Echo, a perceptual working that let him feel the magical residue of past events. He'd touched the cupboard door and felt, faintly, like a photograph left in the sun, every time someone had opened or closed it in the last few hours. Touched a chair and felt who'd sat in it. Touched the wall and felt the protective shell's energy, ancient and patient. The further back in time, the fainter the echo, until it faded to nothing. Recent events, within a day or so, were fairly clear. Snare, a combination of press and weave that created a magical tripwire. He could stretch an invisible line of force across a doorway or a path, and when someone broke it, he'd feel the snap. He set snares around the house to track the Dursleys' movements, then took them down because the constant low-level alerts were giving him headaches. Leash, an extension of tether that let him connect himself to an object and then pull the object to him. Summoning. He could leave a stone in the garden and summon it from the cupboard, feeling it fly through the air, and he opened the vent, catch it as it came through. Range was limited. About 50 feet. But within that range, anything he'd leashed would come when called. Mirage, a sophisticated light working that went beyond Flicker's simple invisibility. Harry could create an image. A visual illusion, made of shaped light, that looked real from every angle. He could make a duplicate of himself, a silent, empty copy that stood where he told it to stand and moved when he told it to move. The quality was imperfect. The eyes were wrong, always slightly glassy, and it cast no shadow. But in low light, at a distance, it could fool anyone. Dampen, a working that suppressed the current in an area. Not eliminating magic, he didn't have that kind of power, but muting it, making it harder for magic to function in a small radius. He discovered this by accident when trying to muffle a larger space and pushing too hard. The ambient threads in the cupboard went flat and dead for about 30 seconds, and his glow sputtered out. Useful? Maybe. He filed it away. Spark, the current made visible. A snap of raw magical energy, bright and sharp, jumping from his fingertips like static electricity but considerably more dramatic. It stung. It left a mark on wood and singed fabric. It was the simplest offensive working he had, just a burst of power with no finesse, but sometimes simple was what you needed. Fold, his most ambitious spatial working yet. Harry could, with enormous concentration, compress space. Make a container hold more than it should. He tested this on a cardboard box, pushing his current into its walls and thinking the interior larger while the exterior stayed the same. The result was imperfect. The box could hold about twice its normal volume, and the effect lasted only as long as he concentrated, but the principle was proven. Space, like everything else, responded to intent. Skin, a defensive working that coated his body in a thin layer of force, like invisible armor. Not as strong as shield, a good punch would still hurt, but enough to turn a glancing blow, soften a fall, or resist a push. He kept skin active almost all the time, a constant low drain on his current that he barely noticed anymore, like background noise. Root, the counterpart to feather. Where feather made him lighter, root made him heavier. Denser. Harder to push, harder to lift, harder to move. He planted his feet and engaged Root, and Dudley shoved him with both hands, and Harry didn't move an inch. Dudley stared at him, thrown off balance, and Harry smiled mildly and walked away. Compass, a combination of sight and trace that gave him directional awareness. He could feel north. He could feel the direction of strong magical sources, the great distant presence he'd sensed through the threads, Hogwarts, though he still didn't know it. He could, if he focused, feel the direction of specific people he'd read, homing in on their unique magical signatures like a bloodhound following a scent. Veil, a mental working, and the one that frightened him most. He'd been practicing red, sensing the emotions of people around him, when he'd pushed too hard and felt his current brush against someone's thoughts. Not reading them. Not hearing words. But sensing the shape of their thinking, distracted, focused, anxious, bored. And he realized, with a chill, that if he could sense the shape, he might be able to change it. He tried, once, on Dudley, pushed a gentle sleepy feeling toward Dudley's current. Dudley yawned. And then yawned again. And then fell asleep on the sofa. Harry pulled back immediately, heart racing. He marked Veil as dangerous, never. He practiced it enough to understand its mechanism, projecting emotional states through the threads into someone else's current, and then he stopped. Not because it didn't work. Because it worked too well, and because using it made him feel like the kind of person the Dursleys had always told him he was. Bloom, an extension of Wake that wasn't just stirring ambient magic but directing it. He could wake the magic in an area and then guide it, like a conductor guiding an orchestra, encouraging it to flow in specific ways. The garden, when he bloomed it, grew. Visibly. The grass got greener. The flowers opened. A bare bush put out shoots. Aunt Petunia, baffled, told her garden club that she tried a new fertilizer. Silence, a refined version of muffle that didn't just block sound but absorbed it. Total, perfect silence in a defined area. Unnerving to stand in. Harry used it when he needed to think without the Dursleys' television or Dudley's stomping or Vernon's snoring intruding. Bolt, lance, but faster, shorter, harder. A brief, intense pulse of force that hit like a fist. He could project it about 20 feet. It would knock someone off their feet or punch through a thin wall. He tested it on the garden fence and left a fist-sized dent in the wood that he had to mend before anyone noticed. Thread, the culmination of everything he'd learned about the magical web that permeated the world. He could create new threads. Not just weave existing ones into structures, but generate threads of his own, spun from his current, and add them to the web. His threads were different from the ambient ones, brighter, more structured, distinctly his. He could use them as communication lines, an upgraded version of whisper, as sensor nets, an upgraded version of snare, or as building material for wards and enchantments. Cloak, flicker plus muffle plus veil, combined. A composite working that made him invisible, inaudible, and emotionally undetectable. The magical equivalent of not existing. He could stand in a room full of people and none of them, even people who could feel the current, if such people existed, would know he was there. The drain was enormous. He could hold Cloak for about 15 minutes before exhaustion forced him to drop it. But for those 15 minutes, he was a ghost. And Shell, a defensive working inspired by the protective structure around number 4, Privet Drive. Harry wove his own threads into a barrier around himself, not a simple shield, but a layered, interlocking structure that could absorb, deflect, or dissipate incoming force. It was his attempt to build what the unknown protector had built around the house, scaled down to the size of one boy. It was nowhere near as elegant or powerful. But it was his most complex construction, and when he wrapped Shell around himself, he felt safe in a way that had nothing to do with the Dursleys' walls. 50. He counted them on the last night of June, 3 weeks before his 10th birthday, lying in the cupboard with ember on his chest and a glow hovering above him like a tiny sun. He ran through the list, every working, one by one, feeling each of them in his mind like notes on a piano, each distinct, each resonant, each his. He had 50 workings. 50 things he could do that, as far as he knew, no one else in the world could do. 50 small miracles, born from a cupboard under the stairs and a current that hummed beneath his skin and a refusal, absolute and unshakable, to be nothing. Ember lifted its head and looked at him. Its amber eyes blinked. 50, Harry whispered to it. Ember tilted its head. I know, Harry said. It's a lot. The fox yawned, a tiny, luminous yawn, its mouth opening on a flash of white light, and put its head back down. Harry smiled. It was a real smile, not the careful, measured expression he wore for the Dursleys or the blank face he wore for school. A real one. He didn't have many of those. But Ember always got one. He was lying there, warm and safe and quietly proud of himself, when he felt something through his sight. A shift in the threads. A ripple in the protective shell around the house, not a breach, not an attack, just attention. As if the shell had noticed something and was, for lack of a better word, listening. Harry went still. Extended his sight carefully, gently, the way he always did when touching the shell's threads. Followed the ripple to its source. The shell was reacting to him. To his current. To the 50 workings humming in his mind like a choir. He'd gotten stronger, much stronger, over the past 2 years, and the shell, designed to protect a baby, was now housing something considerably more powerful. It wasn't failing. It was adjusting. Recalibrating. Stretching, like a shoe accommodating a growing foot. And as it stretched, it sent a signal. Harry felt the signal pulse outward through the threads, faster than anything he could follow, racing along the great web toward the immense, ancient presence he'd sensed once before. The place of towers and people and magic so dense it blazed like the sun. Someone had been notified. Harry lay in the dark and thought about this. He should be scared, probably. Someone, the builder of the shell, the architect of this incredible protective structure, had just been told that the thing they were protecting had grown. Changed. Become something unexpected. But Harry wasn't scared. He was curious. And underneath the curiosity, buried deep but unmistakable, was something he hadn't felt in a very long time. Hope. Because if someone had built the shell, and the shell was designed to protect him, then someone out there, in that distant, blazing place of towers and magic, knew he existed. Had taken the time to protect him. Had built something beautiful and complex and powerful and aimed it, specifically, at keeping Harry Potter safe. Someone, somewhere, gave a damn. He didn't know who. He didn't know why. He didn't know what the place of towers was, or what the threads were, or why the current lived in him, or what any of it meant. But he had 50 workings and a fox made of light and a hope he hadn't felt since he was old enough to stop believing in rescue. Ember stirred on his chest. Looked up at him. Its amber eyes reflected his own glow back at him, warm and steady. Something's coming, Harry said quietly. I don't know what. But something. Ember curled its tail tighter around its paws. It didn't seem worried. Harry took a breath. Let it out. Felt the current hum inside him, steady, powerful, patient, felt the 50 workings arrayed in his mind like stars in a private constellation, felt the threads of the world singing around him in their ancient, endless web, and for the first time in his life, Harry Potter fell asleep looking forward to tomorrow. Chapter 2, The Letter and the Wand. The letter started arriving on a Tuesday. Harry knew something was wrong the moment he felt the first one hit the mail slot, because his snare, the tripwire of force he kept strung across the front door, vibrated with a frequency it had never produced before. Normal post felt like a dull tap. Bills, catalogs, Aunt Petunia's magazine subscriptions, all the same flat little pulse, dead paper carrying dead words. This was different. This hummed. Harry was in the kitchen, standing at the stove, flipping bacon with the practiced economy of a boy who'd been cooking breakfast since he could reach the burners on a step stool. He felt the hum through the snare and went still for half a second, just long enough to extend his sight toward the front door. The letter was alive with threads. Not the faint, ambient threads that clung to most objects. These were dense, structured, woven into the paper and ink with obvious intent. Someone had made this letter with magic. Someone had addressed it. He pushed his sight closer, reading the thread patterns, to him. "Boy! Get the post." Uncle Vernon's voice from the dining room, where he sat in his usual spot, spreading butter on toast with the intensity of a man defusing a bomb. Harry set down the spatula, wiped his hands on his jeans, and walked to the front door. The letter was lying on the mat among the usual scatter of bills and junk mail, and even without sight, he would have known it was different. Thick, yellowish parchment. Emerald green ink. No stamp. And addressed, in elegant handwriting, to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry stared at the address. Specifically at the second line. The cupboard under the stairs. Someone knew. Someone knew where he slept, knew the Dursleys had put him in a cupboard, knew with enough specificity to write it on an envelope. The threads woven into the letter pulsed gently against his sight, warm and patient, waiting to be opened. He picked up the post and walked back toward the kitchen, the letter tucked between an electric bill and a flyer for a pizza place. His heart was beating fast, but his face was calm. He'd had 10 years of practice at keeping his face calm. "Anything interesting?" Uncle Vernon asked without looking up. "Just bills," Harry said, which was technically accurate since the pizza flyer was addressed to current resident, and the letter was addressed to him and therefore none of Vernon's business. He slid the letter into the waistband of his jeans under his oversized shirt and served the bacon. In the cupboard, door closed, muffle engaged, glow hovering above his shoulder, Harry turned the letter over. A wax seal on the back, purple, stamped with a coat of arms. A lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. He could feel the magic in the seal, a minor enchantment designed to, he pressed his sight into it, verify that the letter was opened by the intended recipient. If anyone else broke the seal, the letter would appear blank. Clever. He slid his finger under the seal and opened it. 2 sheets of parchment. The first was a letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read it 3 times. Then he read the second sheet, a list of supplies. Textbooks. Robes. A wand. A cauldron. An owl or a cat or a toad. He sat back against the wall of the cupboard and let out a long, slow breath. Witchcraft and Wizardry. A school. For people who could do what he could do. The place of towers. It had to be. The immense, ancient, blazing knot of magic he'd sensed through the threads 2 years ago, it was a school. And he'd been accepted. Ember materialized on his knee without being called, responding to the spike in Harry's current the way it always did when his emotions surged. The little fox tilted its head, amber eyes blinking. It's a school, Harry told it. There are others. People like me. Ember's tail swished. Harry looked at the supply list again. 1 wand. He didn't know what a wand was for, he'd been doing magic without one for 3 years, but if they put it on the required list, it mattered. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. There were books about this. Books full of knowledge about the current, about magic, he could call it magic now, the letter said witchcraft and wizardry, so magic was the word, that other people had accumulated over who knew how many centuries. A thought struck him and he almost laughed. He'd spent 3 years inventing workings from scratch, from nothing, reinventing the wheel in a cupboard under the stairs. And there was a school. With books. With teachers. He wasn't sure if that was hilarious or deeply unfair, so he settled on both. The practical questions came next, stacking up in his mind with the orderly urgency of a to-do list. How did he respond? The letter said, "We await your owl," which was bizarre. Where did he get supplies? Who paid for them? Did the Dursleys know about this world? The letter's enchanted seal suggested the sender expected non-magical people might intercept it, which suggested they knew about the Dursleys, which raised the question of Aunt Petunia. Harry extended his sight upward, through the cupboard ceiling, into the house. Petunia was in the kitchen, washing up. Her current, that tiny, vestigial spark buried under layers of something hard and cold, pulsed faintly. She was agitated. More than usual. She knew. Harry was suddenly certain of it. The hardness around Petunia's spark, the scar tissue he'd sensed years ago, it wasn't natural. It was the residue of something closed off. Walled away. Petunia had known about magic. Had been close to it, once. And had shut that door so hard it had scarred. He filed this away. He wouldn't ask her. Not yet. The letter said they awaited his owl by July 31st, his birthday. He had time. He didn't have time. The next morning, another letter arrived. And another. Harry felt them hit the mat, the same humming frequency through his snare, and realized the school was not content to wait. When no owl arrived in response to the first letter, they sent more. Uncle Vernon noticed the third one. Harry was reaching for the post when Vernon's meaty hand clamped down on his shoulder from behind. "I'll take that, boy." Vernon sorted through the letters with the focused suspicion of a customs agent. His eyes found the parchment envelope and his face went through a fascinating sequence of colors, pink, red, white, purple, like a mood ring having a seizure. "Petunia," he said, in a voice that was trying very hard to be calm and failing comprehensively. "Petunia." What followed was a whispered argument in the kitchen that Harry didn't need pulse to overhear, because Vernon's version of whispering was roughly equivalent to a normal person's speaking voice. Harry sat in the cupboard with his door cracked open an inch and listened. "Those people, I knew this would happen, I told you, Vernon, keep your voice, I will not keep my voice down. They're writing to him. In our house. Addressed to the bloody cupboard, Petunia. What if the neighbors, we'll ignore it. We agreed. We agreed when we took him in. No magic. No nonsense. He goes to Stonewall and that's the end of it. And if they keep writing, they'll stop. They must. He's ours now. They gave him to us. They can't just." The conversation devolved into hissing that even Harry's enhanced hearing couldn't fully parse. But he'd heard enough. The Dursleys knew about the magical world. Had known since they took him in. Had deliberately kept it from him. Something cold moved through Harry's chest. Not anger, he was past anger, but something harder, quieter, more durable. A final door closing. The last remnant of the idea that the Dursleys might have been ignorant rather than cruel. They'd known. They'd known what he was and they'd locked him in a cupboard and told him he was nothing. Ember flickered into existence on his shoulder. Harry stroked the fox's light fur absently in thought. The Dursleys wouldn't let him go to this school. That was obvious. Vernon would burn the letters and Petunia would purse her lips and they'd carry on pretending magic didn't exist, the way they'd pretended for 10 years. Harry could confront them, pull out a working, show them what he could do, make them understand, but that would mean revealing himself, and every instinct he had screamed against it. The Dursleys were not people who responded well to things they couldn't control. Vernon's response to fear was aggression. Petunia's was cruelty. Showing them his power would make his life worse, not better. So he waited. The school wanted him. The school had enchanted letters and coat of arms seals and supply lists that included wands and cauldrons. The school would not simply give up. He was right. The letters multiplied. 3 the next day. 7 the day after. By the end of the week, they were pouring through the mail slot in bundles, stuffed under the door, slipped through cracks in the window frames. Vernon nailed the mail slot shut and they came down the chimney. He boarded up the chimney and they appeared in the egg carton, rolled inside individual eggs, which Aunt Petunia discovered when she cracked one into a frying pan and screamed. Harry watched the escalating siege with a mixture of amusement and something like affection for the unknown senders. They were persistent. He could respect that. Vernon, progressively unhinged, decided to run. He packed the family into the car on a Saturday morning and drove, north, south, east. It wasn't clear he had a plan, while Harry sat in the back seat next to Dudley and watched the countryside blur past and felt, through his compass, the distant pull of the place of towers growing stronger, then weaker, then stronger again as Vernon zigzagged across England in a paranoid fugue. They ended up in a shack. On a rock. In the sea. Harry lay on the floor of the shack on the night of July 30th, wrapped in a thin blanket, listening to the storm outside and the ocean smashing against the rocks, and watched midnight approach. Dudley was asleep on the sagging sofa. Vernon and Petunia were in the bedroom, Vernon's snoring competing with the thunder. Through his sight, Harry could feel the threads of the world vibrating. Something was coming. The ambient magic around the shack, normally thin and scattered over open water, was thickening, concentrating, as if drawn by a magnet. Whatever the school was sending next, it was bigger than a letter. Harry counted down. 11:58, 11:59. Midnight. July 31st. His birthday. Someone knocked on the door. Not knocked. Boomed. A fist the size of a dustbin lid hitting the wooden door so hard the whole shack shuddered. Dudley jerked awake with a squeal. Vernon came stumbling out of the bedroom with a rifle. Where had he gotten a rifle? Shouting, "Who's there? I warn you, I'm armed." The door fell off its hinges. The man who stepped through the doorway had to duck, and he was still too big for the frame. He was enormous, twice the height of a normal man, with a wild tangle of black hair and a beard that hid most of his face. His eyes were small and bright, like beetles, and they were fixed on Harry. "Couldn't make us a cup o' tea, could ya?" the giant said. "It's not been an easy journey." Harry's sight was blazing. The man's current was strange. Powerful, enormously powerful, but suppressed. Capped. Like a river dammed halfway. And the threads around him were thick and warm, golden brown, smelling of earth and animals and wood smoke, and Harry could feel no hostility in them. No danger. Just a vast, clumsy, overwhelming kindness. "I demand that you leave at once." Vernon had positioned himself in front of Dudley, rifle trembling. "You are breaking and entering." The giant reached out, grabbed the rifle barrel, and bent it into a knot the way Harry might bend a pipe cleaner. "Dry up, Dudley, ye great prune," the giant said. Then he turned to Harry, and his beetle-bright eyes went soft. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Ya look a lot like your dad, but ye've got your mum's eyes." Something tightened in Harry's chest. "I'm sorry," Harry said. "Who are you?" "Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts." He said this as if it explained everything, then frowned. "Ye do know about Hogwarts, don't ye?" "A school," Harry said. "Witchcraft and wizardry." "I got the letter." "Well, thank Merlin fair that." Was worried these muggles hadn't. Hagrid shot a poisonous look at the Dursleys. Vernon was purple and silent. Petunia was standing in the bedroom doorway, white as paper, her hands clenched at her sides and her vestigial spark pulsing erratically. But you know about your mum and dad, right? You know about what happened? No, Harry said. I don't know anything about them. The Dursleys told me they died in a car crash. The silence that followed was extraordinary. Hagrid turned to the Dursleys with an expression that Harry's read interpreted as incandescent, nearly volcanic rage, held in check by a thread-thin margin of self-control. A car crash. Hagrid's voice was barely a whisper, which somehow made it worse. A car crash killed Lily and James Potter. It's an outrage. A scandal. Harry Potter not knowing his own story, when every kid in our world knows his name. Now see here, Vernon began. You see here, Dursley. Hagrid bellowed, and the shack shook again. Then he caught himself, breathed, turned back to Harry. When he spoke next, his voice was gentle. Harry. You're a wizard. Harry looked at him, this enormous, kind, furious man who knew his parents' names and called him a wizard instead of a freak, and said, very carefully, I know. Hagrid blinked. Yeah, you know. I've known for a while, Harry said. Can you tell me about my parents? So Hagrid told him. Sitting on the broken sofa with a cup of tea Harry made, on the stove, not with magic, because Harry was not ready to show anyone anything yet, the giant laid out the story in broad, emotional strokes. James and Lily Potter. A dark wizard named Voldemort. A war. A murder. A baby who survived a killing curse and became famous for it. Harry listened without expression. Inside, his current roiled. He'd known there was something. The protective shell around number 4, Privet Drive. The letter addressed to the cupboard. The persistence of the school. Someone cared enough about Harry Potter to wrap a house in magic and send a giant through a storm. There was a reason. Now he knew what it was. He was the boy who lived. The boy who'd survived a curse that killed everyone else, including his parents, and somehow destroyed the most powerful dark wizard in history. He was famous. He was a symbol. And he was sitting in a shack on a rock in the sea, wearing Dudley's cast-off jeans, with a cupboard for a bedroom and 50 workings that no one in the world knew about. Right then, Hagrid said, setting down his cup. I've got your Hogwarts letter here. You'll be needin' ter get your school things. I haven't got any money, Harry said. Blimey, Harry, ya don't think your parents left ya nothing? There's a vault at Gringotts, the wizard bank, full of gold your mum and dad left ya. Harry stared at him. They left me money. Course they did. Come on, we'll go tomorrow. Got a lot ter do. Hagrid was already pulling out a pink umbrella from inside his massive coat, an umbrella that Harry's sight immediately identified as containing something magical inside it, something that felt like a broken wand, fragmented but still functional. Oh, and happy birthday, Harry. From inside the coat, Hagrid produced a box. Inside the box was a cake, slightly squashed, chocolate, with Happy Birthday Harry written in green icing. Harry looked at the cake. He looked at Hagrid. He looked at the cake again. No one had ever made him a birthday cake before. Thank you, he said, and his voice was steady because he'd had 10 years of practice at keeping his voice steady, but Ember stirred inside him, not manifested, just stirring, a pulse of warmth in his chest, and his eyes stung. Hagrid beamed. You're welcome, Harry. Now get some sleep. Big day tomorrow. Diagon Alley was a revelation. Not because of the magic. Harry had been living with magic for 3 years. The shops, the flying broomsticks in the window of quality Quidditch supplies, the cauldron stacked outside the apothecary, the owls hooting in Elops, none of this surprised him in the way it would have surprised a normal muggle-raised child. What surprised him was the density. The threads here were so thick he could barely see through them with his sight, a blazing, golden fog of ambient magic, concentrated by centuries of magical activity in this one narrow, hidden street behind a pub in London. And the people. Everywhere he looked, people with currents. Real, full, active currents, not the vestigial sparks of muggles or the suppressed river of Hagrid. These people blazed with magic the way a furnace blazes with heat. They used it casually, a witch levitating packages above the crowd, a wizard sealing a letter with a snap of his fingers, a shopkeeper refreshing a window display with a wave of his wand. Their wands. Everyone had one. A stick, a piece of wood, carried like a pen or a weapon or a tool, and through it they channeled their magic. Harry watched, fascinated, as a witch outside Flourish and Blots performed a complicated charm on a stack of books, a flick, a twist, a spoken word, and the books arranged themselves neatly on a shelf. She was using the wand as a focus. Harry could see it with his sight. Her current flowed from her body, through her arm, into the wand, and the wand concentrated it, refined it, shaped it, and released it as a structured spell. The wand was doing the work that Harry did with his mind. The spoken word was providing the intent that Harry provided with his will. They used tools for what Harry did raw. That was the fundamental difference. And Harry could immediately see the advantages and disadvantages. Advantages: precision, repeatability, access. With a wand and an incantation, anyone with a current could perform a specific spell reliably, without needing to understand the underlying mechanics. It was like the difference between a calculator and doing math in your head. The calculator was faster, more consistent, available to anyone who could push buttons. Disadvantages: dependence, limitation, rigidity. If you relied on the wand, you couldn't do magic without it. If you relied on incantations, you couldn't do magic that didn't have one. If you learned magic as a set of predefined spells, you might never realize that the underlying current could be shaped in ways the spells didn't cover. Harry filed all of this away as Hagrid led him through the crowd, people stopping to shake his hand and bow and gasp his name, Harry Potter. "It's Harry Potter." And Harry smiled politely and shook hands and said thank you and kept his sight wide open, drinking in information the way a parched plant drinks water. Gringotts first. The Goblin Bank was carved into the threads of the earth itself, ancient wards and enchantments layered so deep that Harry's sight couldn't reach the bottom. The vault, his vault, contained a small fortune in gold coins. Galleons, Hagrid called them. Harry filled a bag and tried not to think about his parents, who had left him gold and love and a scar and nothing else. Then supplies. Books from Flourish and Blots. Harry bought every book on the required list and 3 more that caught his eye: Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, and The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Robes from Madame Malkin's, where a pale, pointed boy with white blonde hair talked at him for 10 minutes about houses and Quidditch and bloodlines while a witch fitted Harry's robes with enchanted pins that moved on their own. The boy's current was sharp, cold, tightly controlled, trained, Harry thought. Someone had taught this boy to keep his magic close and disciplined. "I'll see you at Hogwarts," the boy said, extending a hand. "Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Harry said, shaking it. "Harry Potter." The boy's eyes went wide. Harry saw the calculation happen in real time, the name registering, the famous scar being looked for and found, the social implications being rapidly assessed. To his credit, Draco recovered in about 2 seconds. "Well," Draco said, with a smile that was practiced but not entirely fake. "That's an interesting development." Harry didn't disagree. But the wand shop was what mattered. Ollivander's was small and dusty and so saturated with magic that walking through the door was like stepping into a warm bath. Threads everywhere, thousands of them, millions, each one connected to one of the long, narrow boxes stacked floor to ceiling on shelves that stretched back into the shadows. Each box contained a wand. Each wand had its own signature. The shop was a symphony of magical frequencies, and Harry stood in the doorway for a full 3 seconds just listening to it with his sight. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. The old man emerged from the shadows like a cat, silent, pale-eyed, watching. Garrick Ollivander. His current was old and deep and careful, and his eyes, wide, silver, unblinking, fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the hair on the back of Harry's neck stand up. "Harry Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you." Ollivander's voice was barely above a whisper. "It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work." "My mother," Harry said. "Not a question. Your mother. And your father favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration." "Well, I say your father favored it, it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course." Ollivander moved closer. His silver eyes drifted to Harry's forehead. "And that's where." He reached out a long, thin finger and almost touched the scar. Harry felt the man's current brush against his own, a gentle, probing touch, like a doctor checking a pulse, and resisted the urge to shield. "I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it," Ollivander said quietly. 13½ inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands, well. If I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do. He trailed off. Shook himself. Smiled. "Well now, Mr. Potter. Let's find you a match. Which is your wand arm?" "Right," Harry said, because he didn't think "I don't actually need a wand" would go over well. What followed was the most educational 30 minutes of Harry's life. Ollivander brought out wand after wand. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. Maple and phoenix feather. Ebony and unicorn hair. Each time, he handed the wand to Harry, and each time, Harry felt the wand's magic brush against his current, a tentative handshake, a question asked and answered in the language of threads. And each time, the answer was no. Not hostile. Not wrong, exactly. Just, incompatible. Like trying to fit a key into the wrong lock. The wand's magic and Harry's current spoke different dialects, and they couldn't quite sync. With each failed wand, Ollivander grew more animated. His eyes got brighter. His smile got wider. He was enjoying this. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match. Harry was paying attention to something else. With each wand he held, he was studying it with his sight, feeling the internal architecture, the way the core, dragon heartstring, unicorn hair, phoenix feather, interacted with the wood, the way the enchantments woven into the wand shaped and directed magical flow. He was learning how wands worked, in real time, by holding 30 of them in rapid succession. And what he learned was this: wands were translators. They took raw magical current, the formless, shapeless force that lived inside a wizard, and translated it into structured spells. The core provided the translation key, dragon heartstring translated with power and force, unicorn hair with consistency and stability, phoenix feather with versatility and range. The wood provided the medium, the channel, the physical pathway. Together, core and wood created a unique magical language that either matched a wizard's current or didn't. The problem was that Harry's current wasn't raw. Every other wizard who walked into this shop had unstructured magic, a wild current that needed a wand to shape it. Harry had been shaping his own magic for 3 years. His current was already structured, already disciplined, already speaking a language of its own, the language of 50 workings. The wands weren't just trying to find a match. They were trying to match with something that had already been matched, like trying to tune a radio that was already broadcasting. No wonder they weren't fitting. I wonder. Ollivander disappeared into the back of the shop and returned with a box that Harry's sight immediately identified as different. The threads around this box were older, denser, more tightly wound. Whatever was inside had been waiting for a long time. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry took the wand. The shop went quiet. Not muffle quiet, actually quiet. The ambient thread stilled. The other wands on their shelves seemed to lean in. The wand's magic touched Harry's current and, it didn't translate. It harmonized. Harry felt the difference instantly. Every other wand had tried to impose a structure on his current, to channel it into the wand's language. This one didn't. This one listened. Its magic, old, patient, immensely powerful, met Harry's current and adapted to it, wrapping around his existing structure like water filling a channel, finding the 50 workings and flowing alongside them rather than trying to replace them. The wand felt like an amplifier. Not a translator but an amplifier. A megaphone for a voice that already knew how to speak. Heat rushed through his fingers. Red and gold sparks erupted from the wand's tip. A warm wind swept through the shop, ruffling the papers on Ollivander's desk and making the boxes on the shelves rattle. Harry felt his current surge, not out of control, but joyfully, the way a singer's voice lifts when they find the perfect acoustics. Ollivander was staring at him. Not at the sparks. Not at the wand. At Harry. Curious, Ollivander whispered. Very curious. What's curious? Harry asked, though he already knew it was going to be about Voldemort, because the old man's current was vibrating with the specific frequency of a person about to deliver dramatically significant information. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand, when its brother gave you that scar. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. His wand. Brother to Voldemort's. Through his sight, he could see the phoenix feather inside the holly wood, a thread of brilliant, living gold, ancient and warm, and connected by the thinnest, most distant line to something out there in the world. Its twin. A feather in another wand. A wand that had killed his parents and tried to kill him. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. And I think we must expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry paid 7 galleons and left the shop. Outside, in the bustling sunlight of Diagon Alley, he held the holly wand and felt it humming against his palm, warm and eager in his, and thought about brothers and great things and the thin thread connecting him to a dark wizard who might not be as dead as everyone believed. Ember stirred in his chest. Harry sent it a pulse of reassurance. We're fine. We're ready. He wasn't sure for what. But he was ready. Platform 9 3/4 was hidden behind a brick barrier between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station, which Harry found by following the threads. They converged on the barrier like rivers flowing into a lake, hundreds of magical signatures, adults and children, passing through the enchanted wall into a space that existed alongside the Muggle station but slightly apart from it, folded into a pocket of magical architecture that Harry's sight recognized immediately. Spatial magic. Whoever had built this platform had folded a space into existence, except they'd done it on a scale and with a permanence that made Harry's cardboard box experiments look like cave drawings next to the Sistine Chapel. He pushed his trolley through the barrier, a slight pressure, a shimmer, the threads parting around him, and emerged onto a platform crowded with witches and wizards and children in robes and owls in cages and a massive scarlet steam engine with Hogwarts Express emblazoned on the front. Harry stood on the platform, surrounded by magic and noise and life, and felt, for just a moment, overwhelmed. Not by the magic. By the people. By the sheer number of them, all like him, all carrying the current, all belonging to this world he'd only just found. Then someone crashed a trolley into his. Sorry. Sorry, blasted trolley, Mum said the wheel was dodgy, sorry, a tall, thin boy with red hair and freckles and the most vivid current Harry had ever seen, warm, energetic, crackling like a bonfire, was disentangling his trolley from Harry's while simultaneously trying to control an owl cage and a trunk that was threatening to slide off the cart. It's fine, Harry said, helping to steady the trunk. No damage. Cheers. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. The boy stuck out a hand. His ears were red. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went to the scar. Then, to Harry's surprise, back to his eyes, quickly more actions right the next chapter now. Chapter 3, Cracks in the Mask. The first month at Hogwarts was an exercise in restraint. Harry had expected this. He'd prepared for it on the train, sitting in the compartment with Ron while the countryside blurred past the window and Ron ate his way through a pile of chocolate frogs and told Harry about his 5 older brothers and his little sister and his family's house that sounded like it was held together by magic and stubbornness. Harry had listened, and laughed at the right moments, and offered Ron half the sweets he'd bought from the trolley which, and carefully, deliberately filed away everything he learned about this new world while revealing almost nothing about himself. Not nothing. He told Ron about the Dursleys, the cupboard, the neglect, the years of being invisible. Ron's ears had gone red and his current had spiked with genuine, uncomplicated fury on Harry's behalf, and Harry had felt something loosen in his chest that he hadn't known was tight. But he didn't tell Ron about the workings. He didn't tell Ron about the 50 things he could do that apparently nobody else could. He watched Ron pull out a battered wand and try to turn his rat yellow with a spell his brother had taught him. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid fat rat yellow, and fail, and Harry laughed with him rather than pointing out that the spell was obviously fake because it had no thread structure at all, no magical architecture, nothing connecting the words to an actual effect. Ron's brothers had pranked him. Harry could feel it. But telling Ron that would mean explaining how he knew, and he wasn't ready for that. He wasn't ready because he didn't know who to trust. Not Ron specifically. Ron's current was so transparent, so open, that reading him was barely necessary. The boy was exactly what he appeared to be, warm, loyal, insecure about living in the shadow of 5 older brothers, and desperately hoping that Harry Potter would want to be his friend. Harry did want to be his friend. That was the surprising part. He'd never had a friend before, never had the opportunity, and the ease of it, the simple pleasure of sitting with someone who laughed at your jokes and shared their food and didn't flinch when you moved too quickly, was intoxicating. But the wizarding world was bigger than Ron. Harry was famous here. Everyone knew his name, his story, his scar. The boy who lived. And famous people, Harry intuited with the survival instincts of a boy raised by predators, attracted attention. Some of that attention would be friendly. Some would not. And until he understood the landscape, the power structures, the allegiances, the threats, he was going to keep his 50 workings locked behind his teeth. So when Professor Flitwick called his name in the first charms class and Harry picked up his wand and attempted the levitation charm and made his feather wobble pathetically before giving up with a sheepish grin, he was acting. When Professor McGonagall demonstrated the match-to-needle transfiguration and Harry spent the whole class struggling to produce a slightly pointy match, he was acting. When Professor Quirrell, whose current made Harry's skin crawl, a wrongness he couldn't quite name, like hearing a familiar song played in the wrong key, assigned them a paragraph on defensive jinxes and Harry turned in exactly the kind of mediocre work an average first year would produce, he was acting. He was good at acting. 10 years with the Dursleys had made him good at it. What he actually did, every night after Ron fell asleep and the Gryffindor dormitory went quiet, was study. Not his textbooks, though he read those too, voraciously, hungrily, comparing the structured magical theory in their pages to the intuitive understanding he'd built in his cupboard. What he studied was Hogwarts itself. The castle was alive. Not metaphorically. Not in the poetic sense that old buildings are alive with history. Hogwarts was a magical organism. The threads here were so dense, so ancient, so interwoven that they developed something approaching awareness, not intelligence, not thought, but a kind of vast, slow sentience, like a forest or an ocean. The castle knew its corridors. The castle knew its inhabitants. The castle, Harry realized with a thrill that kept him awake for 2 straight nights, responded to intent. The moving staircases weren't random. They responded to the aggregate desire of the people on them, shifting to take the majority where they wanted to go, with occasional detours that seemed random but were actually the castle's version of curiosity, sending someone down an unfamiliar corridor because something there needed attention. The doors that pretended to be walls and the walls that pretended to be doors were the castle's immune system, protecting certain spaces from unauthorized access, not through locks and keys but through the same kind of intent-based magic Harry used for his workings. He sent Ember out every night. The little fox, invisible under a layered flicker that Harry had refined to near perfection, explored the castle while Harry lay in bed and felt the world through their connection. Ember mapped corridors, found hidden passages, catalogued the magical signatures of every room. The fox couldn't relay images, the connection didn't work that way, but it transmitted feelings, impressions, textures. The cold stone of the dungeons. The warm wood of the library. The strange, uneasy energy of the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side, where something behind a locked door breathed with slow, massive lungs and the threads were knotted into a barrier that practically screamed "keep out." Ember had lingered near that door on the fourth night, and Harry had felt what was behind it, something huge, something alive, something with 3 distinct heartbeats. A creature. Guarding something. The threads around the door were layered with enchantments, locks within locks, wards within wards, and beneath them, further down, something else. A trapdoor. A passage leading deep underground. Harry pulled Ember back and thought about this. Dumbledore had announced at the start of term feast that the third-floor corridor was forbidden, that anyone who entered it would die a most painful death. Most students had taken this as standard Hogwarts hyperbole. Harry, who could feel the three-hearted creature's magical signature from his dormitory bed, took it literally. Something was hidden in the castle. Something important enough to guard with a monster. He added it to his growing mental map and kept watching. Ron was easy. Hermione Granger was not. She'd appeared on the train, a bushy-haired girl with enormous front teeth and a current that burned like a spotlight, fierce and focused and almost aggressive in its intensity. She'd barged into their compartment looking for Neville Longbottom's toad, lectured them about the spells she'd already practiced, and left Ron sputtering and Harry quietly alert. Hermione's magic was powerful. Genuinely powerful, not in the raw force sense that Harry's was, but in the disciplined, concentrated way that a laser is powerful compared to a light bulb. She'd learned every first-year spell before term started. She could cite textbook passages from memory. She answered every question in every class with her hand up before the professor finished speaking. And she was miserable. Harry could see it. Not just through Reed, though Reed confirmed it, but through observation. Hermione had no friends. She sat alone in the common room. She ate alone in the great hall. She spoke to other students only to correct them or to demonstrate her knowledge, and every time she did, Harry watched the social temperature around her drop. The other first-years found her insufferable. Ron, who had been publicly corrected by Hermione on the pronunciation of Leviosa in Charms, found her especially insufferable. "It's Leviosa, not Leviosah," Ron mimicked in the corridor after class, making Seamus and Dean laugh. "Honestly, she's a nightmare. No wonder she hasn't got any friends." Harry saw Hermione push past them, head down, and felt through Reed the sharp, hot flare of hurt that she was trying very hard to hide. He didn't say anything to Ron. Not because he agreed, he didn't, but because the moment passed too quickly and he hadn't figured out what to say that wouldn't sound preachy. He filed it as something to address later. Later came sooner than expected. Halloween. The great hall was decorated with live bats and enormous floating pumpkins, and the feast was spectacular, mountains of food, rivers of pumpkin juice, the enchanted ceiling showing a clear, star-scattered sky. Harry sat between Ron and Neville Longbottom, the round-faced, anxious boy whose toad kept escaping and whose current was the saddest thing Harry had ever felt, not weak, not at all weak, but suppressed, pushed down by fear and self-doubt until it barely flickered, like a fire buried under ash. Harry had been quietly working on Neville for weeks. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that could be detected. Just, being present. Sitting next to him in classes. Helping him find his toad without making it seem like charity. Answering Neville's hesitant questions about homework without making him feel stupid. And occasionally, very carefully, during practical lessons, Harry would extend the thinnest thread of his own current toward Neville's suppressed magic and give it a gentle nudge. Not veil, he'd sworn off that. More like encouragement. A warmth near the embers, reminding them that they could burn. It was working. Slowly. Neville's lumos had gone from a feeble flicker to a respectable glow over the past 2 weeks, and the boy's face when he'd managed it, the pure, startled joy, had made Harry's chest ache. But tonight wasn't about Neville. Hermione wasn't at the feast. Parvati Patil told Lavender Brown, who told Neville, who told Harry, that Hermione had been crying in the girls' bathroom all afternoon. Since the charms incident. Since Ron's comment. Harry looked at Ron. Ron was eating a chicken leg and talking to Dean about Quidditch and either hadn't heard or was pretending he hadn't. Harry was about to say something when the doors of the great hall burst open and Professor Quirrell came sprinting up the aisle, turban askew, face grey with terror. "Troll," he screamed. "Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He collapsed in a dead faint. The hall erupted. Students screaming, standing, pushing. Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos, silence. And the room went still. Prefects were ordered to lead students to their dormitories. The professors would handle the troll. Harry stood with everyone else, moving toward the door, and then stopped. Hermione. In the bathroom. She didn't know about the troll. He grabbed Ron's arm. Hermione doesn't know. Ron's face went through a rapid series of expressions: annoyance, confusion, realization, guilt. Oh no. They broke away from the Gryffindor line as it rounded a corner and ran. Harry didn't need to ask which bathroom, his pulse was already active, sending waves through the castle, and he could feel the bathrooms on the first floor, the second floor, there. A single magical signature, small and bright, in the first floor girls' lavatory. And something else. Something large, moving through the corridor ahead of them, its magical signature dim and brutish, a creature operating on instinct, a small hot brain driving a massive body. The troll. Harry ran faster. Ron kept pace, wheezing, wand out. They rounded a corner and the smell hit them, a wall of stench, fetid and rank, like a sewer had been distilled into an aerosol. And there it was. 12 feet tall. Granite gray skin. A body like a boulder with legs. A wooden club the size of a tree trunk dragging along the floor, gouging the stone. Small, stupid eyes fixed on the bathroom door, behind which Harry could hear, faintly, sobbing. The troll pushed through the door. Wood splintered. Hermione screamed. Ron said something Harry didn't hear because Harry was already through the door. The bathroom was destroyed. Sinks ripped from the wall, water spraying everywhere, stalls smashed into kindling. Hermione was pressed against the far wall, white-faced, frozen, staring up at the troll as it raised its club. Harry didn't think. Thinking was too slow. His body moved and his current moved with it, the way it always did when the need was immediate, when the gap between intent and action collapsed to nothing. The club came down. Harry threw his hands forward and released a burst, a spherical expansion of raw force centered on the space between the troll and Hermione. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't precise. It was a bomb of kinetic energy that hit the troll's arm like a wrecking ball, deflecting the club sideways so hard it smashed through the remaining stalls and embedded itself in the stone wall. The shockwave cracked the tiles under Harry's feet and blew water across the room in a fine, stinging mist. The troll staggered, confused. Its arm hung at a wrong angle, not broken, but the club was stuck in the wall and the troll was too stupid to let go. Harry was already moving. He crossed the flooded floor in 3 steps, grabbed Hermione's hand, and pulled her toward the door. She was shaking, gasping, her eyes huge and glassy with shock. Come on, move," the troll wrenched the club free. Turned. Swung. Harry shoved Hermione behind him and threw a shield, not the gentle, practice shield from his cupboard but a full power barrier, everything he had, layered and reinforced and anchored to the floor. The club hit the shield and the impact traveled through Harry's current like a thunderclap, rattling his bones, but the shield held. The club bounced back and the troll stumbled. Ron was in the doorway, wand raised, face bone white. "What do I do? Harry, what do I do?" "The club!" Harry shouted. "Levitate the club." Ron pointed his wand at the club. His hand was shaking so badly the wand was drawing figure eights in the air. Wingardium Leviosa. The club wrenched itself out of the troll's grip and soared upward, spinning, and hung in the air above the troll's head. The troll looked up. The club dropped. The sound it made hitting the troll's skull was like a coconut being cracked with a sledgehammer. The troll swayed. Its eyes crossed. It fell forward like a felled tree and hit the floor with an impact that shook the walls and sent a wave of toilet water washing over Harry's shoes. Silence. Except for the sound of running water and Hermione's ragged breathing and Harry's pulse thundering in his ears. Ron was staring at the unconscious troll. Is it dead? Just knocked out. Harry released his shield and felt the drain hit him, not terrible, he'd built up enormous reserves over 3 years of practice, but noticeable. A dull ache behind his eyes, a heaviness in his limbs. He'd used more force than he'd intended. The burst had been wild, uncontrolled, born from panic rather than precision. And the bathroom showed it. The tiles where he'd stood were cracked in a radial pattern, spreading outward from his feet like a spiderweb. The wall behind where the troll had stood, 15 feet away, had a concave dent in it, the stone actually deformed by the force of the burst. Water pipes hung from the ceiling where the shockwave had torn them loose. This didn't look like a first-year charm. This didn't look like anything a student should be able to do. Harry's stomach dropped. The door banged open. Professor McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell, all three sweeping in, wands drawn, faces grim. McGonagall took in the scene, the troll, the devastation, the 3 first years standing in ankle-deep water. What on earth? McGonagall's voice was sharp enough to cut glass. "Explain yourselves." Harry's mind raced. The cracked tiles. The dented wall. He needed a story that covered the physical evidence without revealing what he'd actually done. He opened his mouth and, "It was my fault, Professor McGonagall." Hermione. Stepping forward, chin raised, voice shaking but resolute. Her current was still spiking with residual terror but underneath it was something harder, a decision made. "I went looking for the troll. I'd read about them and thought I could handle it. I was wrong. Harry and Ron came to find me. If they hadn't, I'd probably be dead." McGonagall stared at her. "Miss Granger, I am deeply disappointed. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for your serious lack of judgment." Hermione nodded. Her eyes were bright. McGonagall turned to Harry and Ron. Her expression softened, fractionally. "As for you two, not many first-year students could take on a fully grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale. 5 points will be awarded to each of you. For sheer dumb luck." She swept out, hurting Quirrell ahead of her. Quirrell shot a backward glance at Harry as he left, a look that lasted half a second, and Harry's sight caught the man's current doing something strange, a ripple of something dark and alien passing through it like a shadow behind a screen. Then they were gone, and it was just Harry and Ron and Hermione, standing in the ruins of a bathroom with an unconscious troll at their feet. Snape hadn't left. He stood in the doorway, black eyes moving from Harry to the cracked floor to the dented wall to Harry again. His current was coiled tight, vibrating with an intensity that Reed interpreted as suspicion approaching certainty. "Quite the mess," Snape said. His voice was silk over steel. One might wonder how 3 first-year students could produce such structural damage, while defending themselves from a troll. "The troll was swinging a very large club, sir," Harry said. His voice was steady. His face was calm. Inside, he was calculating how much Snape could deduce from the physical evidence. Indeed. Snape's eyes lingered on the cracked tiles. On the pattern radiating outward from where Harry had stood. How fortunate that the Trolls Club was responsible for all of this. He turned and left. His robes billowed behind him with the dramatic flair of a man who had practiced that exit. Harry exhaled. Harry. Hermione's voice, small and shaky. How did you do that? Do what? When the troll swung the club, something stopped it. Before Ron levitated it. Something, she broke off. Her eyes were searching his face. There was a noise. Like an explosion. But you didn't use your wand. It all happened really fast, Harry said. I'm not sure what, don't. Hermione's voice firmed. Her chin came up again. Don't lie to me. You just saved my life. Please don't lie to me. Harry looked at her. Her current was blazing, fear and gratitude and that ferocious, unstoppable intelligence, already processing what she'd seen, already building theories, already arriving at conclusions that would be very difficult to deflect. He looked at Ron. Ron was staring at the cracked tiles with a furrowed brow, but when he met Harry's eyes, his expression was simple, open, without accusation. Just, whatever it is, mate, it's fine. Harry took a breath. Not here, he said. And not now. But soon. Hermione held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower together. 3 of them. Something had changed in the air between them, some barrier broken, some distance closed. By the time they reached the portrait hole, they were talking, not about the troll, not about Harry's secret, but about McGonagall's expression and the sound the club had made and how Ron's Leviosa had been textbook perfect under pressure when it mattered. I was terrified, Ron admitted, ears red. I thought the wand movement was wrong the whole time. It was perfect, Hermione said. Your pronunciation too. Ron looked at her. Really? Really? A pause. Then, very quietly, thank you. Both of you. Harry said nothing. But Ember pulsed warm in his chest, and for the second time in his life, he went to sleep feeling like he wasn't alone. Snape was watching him. Harry felt it in every potions class, those black eyes tracking him with the focus of a hawk following a mouse. Snape's questions, always directed at Harry with a precision that felt like targeting, grew increasingly probing. Not just, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood, but subtler things. Questions about magical theory that shouldn't have been in the first-year curriculum. Questions that tested not just knowledge but understanding. Tell me, Potter. What is the fundamental difference between a potion and a spell? Harry was standing at his cauldron, halfway through a cure for boils, Ron beside him trying to remember whether the porcupine quills went in before or after the snake fangs. The rest of the class had gone quiet, they always went quiet when Snape targeted Harry, drawn by the spectacle of the most feared professor against the most famous student. A potion is a physical medium for magical effects, sir, Harry said, keeping his voice flat, his face neutral. The ingredients carry inherent magical properties that interact through the brewing process. A spell is direct manipulation of magical energy through a wand. Textbook, Snape said, in a tone that made the word an insult. But incomplete. Can you think of no other way magical energy might be manipulated, Potter? No method beyond a wand. The classroom was very quiet. Harry could feel Hermione's attention sharpen 3 rows behind him. I suppose accidental magic doesn't use a wand, sir. Accidental magic. Yes. Uncontrolled, unfocused, driven by emotion rather than intent. Snape moved closer. His voice dropped. And yet the damage in a certain bathroom last week suggests something rather more controlled than accidental magic. Wouldn't you agree? Harry met Snape's eyes. Held them. He could feel Snape's current pressing against his own, a deliberate, probing pressure, not like the gentle brush of Ollivander's curiosity but like fingers trying to pry open a locked box. And Harry felt something else. Snape was doing something with his eyes. Using them as a channel, pushing his current through the visual contact, trying to reach Harry's mind. He was trying to read Harry's thoughts. The realization came with a jolt of cold clarity. This was a magical skill, not one of Harry's workings but something native to this world, something Snape could do with his eyes and his current and his formidable will. Harry could feel it, the pressure at the edges of his consciousness, the tentative probing for a way in. Harry had never practiced mental defense. He'd never needed to. But he had Veil, his emotional projection working, and he had 3 years of experience shaping his current with intent, and in the half-second before Snape's probe could penetrate, Harry did something instinctive, he wrapped his mind in a shell. Not his physical shell, but an interior version, a barrier of structured current around his thoughts, smooth and opaque and featureless. Snape hit the shell and his eyes widened. A fraction. A millimeter. But Harry was watching for it and he saw it, surprise, quickly controlled, replaced by something colder and more calculating. 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape said, turning away, for an incomplete answer. After class, Ron fumed about the injustice while Harry walked beside him in silence, thinking. Snape could read minds. Snape had tried to read his mind. Snape had failed, but would try again, and next time he'd be more prepared. Harry needed to be more prepared too. That night, alone in the dormitory's bathroom with a silence working around him, Harry practiced. He built the interior shell thicker, more layered, more nuanced. He tested it by pressing his own sight against it from the outside, trying to find gaps. He refined, adjusted, rebuilt. By midnight, he had something he was satisfied with, a permanent, low-level mental barrier, woven into his current the way skin was woven around his body. Always on. Always present. Not impenetrable, nothing was impenetrable, but enough to stop a casual probe dead and force a serious attacker to push hard enough that Harry would feel it and respond. He added it to his catalogue. Not one of the 50, those were complete, and this was more of an application than a new working, but a refinement. An upgrade. His mental shell. Then he went to bed and lay awake for another hour, thinking about Snape. The man hated him. That was obvious. Reed confirmed it every time they were in the same room, a cold, bitter hostility radiating from Snape's current like heat from a furnace. But it wasn't simple hate. It was complicated, layered, shot through with something that felt almost like grief. Snape looked at Harry and felt, what? Harry wasn't sure. The emotional signature was tangled, contradictory. Hate and pain and loss and something that might have been guilt, all knotted together so tightly that even Reed couldn't fully separate them. He hated Harry. But not only Harry. He hated something Harry reminded him of. Or someone. You've got your mum's eyes, Hagrid had said. Harry filed this away and went to sleep. Quidditch. Harry had been put on the Gryffindor team after a flying lesson in which he'd caught Neville's Remembrall in a 50-foot dive, and the memory still made him uncomfortable. He hadn't intended to reveal himself. He'd been sitting on his broom, performing the basic hovering exercise with the rest of the class, deliberately mediocre, when Neville had panicked and shot skyward and fallen and broken his wrist and Draco Malfoy had snatched Neville's Remembrall from the grass with a smirk that made Harry's current spike. Give it back, Malfoy. Or what, Potter? Going to report me to McGonagall? Draco had thrown the Remembrall. High and far, a spinning glass sphere arcing over the courtyard. And Harry, who had been keeping his head down for weeks, who had been performing every spell clumsily and every exercise poorly, who had been so carefully, meticulously ordinary, Harry had kicked off the ground without thinking, leaned into the broom, and dove. Feather was active before he realized it. His body went light, the broom responded like an extension of his will, and the dive was pure instinct, wind screaming, ground rushing, the Remembrall a glinting speck ahead of him, and his hand closed around the glass sphere an inch from the ground, and he pulled up in a sweeping arc that left the watching students gasping. He'd landed to McGonagall's furious face and been dragged to her office expecting expulsion and receiving, instead, an introduction to Oliver Wood and a spot on the Quidditch team. So much for staying hidden. The first match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, on a cold, bright November morning that smelled of frost and excitement. The stands were packed. Harry, in his scarlet Quidditch robes, mounted his broom, a Nimbus 2000 that McGonagall had procured for him, its magical signature sleek and fast and eager, and tried to focus on the game rather than on the 700 people watching him. The match began and Harry rose above the chaos of chasers and bludgers and let his sight unfurl. From up here, the Quidditch pitch was a contained magical ecosystem, the enchanted balls, the warded stands, the spelled goalposts, all woven together into a framework designed for this one purpose. The snitch was a blazing point of golden magic, impossibly fast, darting through the air with an evasion algorithm woven into its enchantment. Harry could track it. Not easily, the snitch's magic was specifically designed to resist detection, but his sight gave him an edge that normal seekers didn't have. He could also feel the Slytherin seeker, a sixth-year named Terence Higgs, scanning the pitch from the opposite end. Higgs was good, experienced, methodical, his broom movements disciplined and efficient. But he was looking with his eyes. Harry was looking with everything. 15 minutes in, Harry spotted the snitch, a flutter of gold near the Gryffindor goalposts, and dove. And his broom bucked. Not a gust of wind. Not a mechanical failure. Something grabbed his broom's enchantment and twisted. Harry felt it through his sight, a foreign current, dark and precise, latching onto the broom's magical structure and disrupting it. A jinx. Someone was jinxing his broom. The Nimbus kicked sideways. Harry gripped the handle, his knuckles white. The broom lurched upward, then dropped, then began to roll. The crowd gasped. Fred and George Weasley tried to pull alongside him, but the broom was thrashing too violently, bucking like a living thing trying to throw its rider. Harry's first instinct was to fight the jinx directly, unravel the foreign magic, strip it from the broom, break the caster's connection. He could do it. He could feel the jinx's thread structure, could identify the points where it latched onto the broom's enchantment, could pull those threads and, no. 700 people were watching. If he broke the jinx in a way that was visibly impossible for a first year, every professor in the stands would notice. His second instinct was better. Instead of fighting the jinx, he fought its effects. He poured his current into the broom, not attacking the foreign magic but reinforcing the broom's own enchantment, strengthening the magical structure that the jinx was trying to disrupt. Harden, applied not to a physical object but to a magical one. Stabilizing the broom from within rather than removing the threat from without. The broom steadied. Not perfectly, it still shuddered, still fought, but enough. The violent bucking subsided to a manageable vibration. Harry could fly. And he could feel the source. Through his sight, through the jinx's thread, he traced the foreign current back through the air, through the crowd, to the teacher's stand. A figure in black, eyes locked on Harry, lips moving in a constant, unbroken mutter. Snape. No. Wait. Harry traced the thread more carefully, fighting the wind and the vibration and the distraction of thousands of screaming spectators. The thread ran to the teacher's stand, yes, but it wasn't connected to Snape. Snape's current was active, Harry could feel it, but Snape's magic was running alongside the jinx, not through it. Snape was performing a counter-jinx. Snape was trying to save him. The actual thread ran to the figure sitting 3 seats to Snape's left. A figure in a purple turban, whose eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that had nothing to do with the Quidditch match. Professor Quirrell. Quirrell's current was wrong. Harry had felt it before, that discordant note, the song played in the wrong key. Now, in this moment, with the jinx thread running directly from Quirrell to Harry's broom, Harry could feel it clearly, there were 2 currents in Quirrell. 2 magical signatures, overlapping, intertwined. One was Quirrell's own, weak, trembling, suffused with fear. The other was something else entirely. Something dark and cold and impossibly powerful, wrapped around Quirrell's current like a parasite around a host. The dark current was casting the jinx. Not Quirrell. The thing inside Quirrell. Harry's blood went cold. Then Hermione set Snape's robes on fire. Harry felt it happen, a burst of magical energy from the student stands, Hermione's fierce, focused current channeled through her wand into a precise fire-conjuring charm aimed at the hem of Snape's cloak. The flame startled Snape, who broke eye contact, stumbled, knocked into Quirrell. Quirrell's concentration broke. The jinx collapsed. The broom went smooth. Harry didn't hesitate. He flattened himself against the handle and dove. The snitch was 50 feet below him, a golden blur against the green grass. He stretched out his hand, augmented by a tiny, invisible application of feather that made his reach just slightly longer, his body just slightly lighter, and his fingers closed around the snitch. Gryffindor won, 170-60. The crowd erupted. Harry's teammates mobbed him, shouting, pounding his back. Hagrid was wiping his eyes. McGonagall was standing in the teacher's stand with her hand over her heart. Harry smiled and cheered with the rest and gripped the snitch in his fist and thought about the dark current inside Professor Quirrell and didn't tell anyone. Except Hermione. It wasn't Snape, Harry said. They were in an empty classroom on the 3rd floor, not the forbidden corridor, but close enough that no one else would wander by. Harry had asked Hermione and Ron to come. Hermione had arrived first, prompt as always. Ron was late, having gotten turned around by a staircase. What do you mean, it wasn't Snape? Hermione frowned. I saw him. He was staring at you, muttering, you have to maintain eye contact for a jinx, I read about it in, he was performing a counter-jinx, Harry said. He was trying to stop it. How do you know that? Harry was quiet for a moment. Through his sight, he checked the corridor outside. Empty. He checked the classroom itself, no listening enchantments, no magical signatures other than the 3 of them. He checked his mental shell. Solid. He'd been thinking about this for 3 days. Whether to tell them. How much to tell them. His instincts said nothing, keep the secret, stay hidden, stay safe. But his instincts had been shaped by the Dursleys, and the Dursleys were not the world. And Hermione had noticed too much already, and Ron deserved to know what he was standing next to, and the thing inside Quirrell was dangerous in a way that Harry might not be able to handle alone. I can show you better than I can tell you, Harry said. But I need you to promise something first. Both of you. Ron had arrived, slipping through the door with a muttered apology about the staircases. He looked between Harry and Hermione and his expression settled into something serious, something that stripped away the joking facade and showed the steady, stubborn loyalty underneath. What's the promise? Ron asked. What I'm about to show you, nobody else knows. Not the teachers, not Dumbledore, nobody. If this gets out, I don't know what happens. But it won't be good. Mate, Ron said, you saved Hermione from a troll. You could tell me you're secretly 3 gnomes in a trench coat and I'd keep the secret. Something loosened in Harry's chest. He looked at Hermione. She nodded, once, firmly. Harry held out his hand, palm up, and let the current flow. Ember materialized on his palm. Not all at once, the fox assembled itself piece by piece, light coalescing out of nothing, forming paws, legs, a body, a head, a tail, 2 bright amber eyes. It sat on Harry's palm and looked at Ron and Hermione with the patient, curious expression of an animal encountering new humans. Ron's mouth fell open. Hermione stopped breathing. This is Ember, Harry said. I made him. 2 years ago. In the cupboard under the stairs. The fox tilted its head at Hermione and blinked. Its tail swished. That's, Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. Harry, there's no first-year spell that does that. There's no any-year spell that does that. Is that a construct? A magical construct? With autonomous behavior? I don't know what a magical construct is, Harry said. I just know I made him. How? I pushed my magic into a light I'd made and told it to be alive. Hermione made a sound that was half laugh, half gasp. You told it to be alive. I was lonely. It worked. Hermione looked at him with an expression that Harry's read interpreted as a collision between awe and scientific hunger, both fighting for dominance. Scientific hunger won. What else can you do? Harry showed them. Not everything. Not the full 50. But enough. He showed them glow, lights of every color dancing between his fingers. He showed them press, lifting Ron's bag from across the room without touching it, without a wand. He showed them shield, a shimmering, invisible barrier that Ron tested by throwing a wadded-up piece of parchment at it and watching the parchment bounce off. He showed them flicker. He vanished his hand. Then his arm. Then his whole body, standing right in front of them, invisible, and Hermione gasped and Ron said, "Bloody hell," and Harry faded back into visibility with a slight shimmer. He showed them sight. He pointed at the wall and described what was on the other side, Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, sitting in the corridor, her faint thread glow distinguishing her from a normal animal. "There's a cat on the other side of that wall," he said. Ginger. Sitting about 10 feet to the left. Ron opened the door and looked. Mrs. Norris glared at him and stalked away. "Bloody hell," Ron said again. He didn't show them veil. He didn't show them seer. He didn't show them grip. Some things were too much. But he told them the rest. Not every detail, not the specific mechanics or the full catalog, but the shape of it. 3 years of experimentation in a cupboard. 50 workings. No wand, no training, no books. Just the current and his will and the long dark hours. When he finished, the room was quiet. Ember was curled on the desk between them, tail over his nose, watching. Hermione spoke first. "Harry, do you understand what you've done? Made some things up. You've developed an entirely new branch of magic." Her eyes were shining. "Wandless magic exists, it's in the textbooks. Advanced wizards can do basic spells without a wand, but that's just performing known spells without the focus. You've created new spells. Spells that don't exist. Spells that work on principles I've never read about in any book. The construct alone," she gestured at Ember. "There's nothing in the literature about creating autonomous magical entities from pure intent. Nothing. I've checked." "Maybe nobody thought to try," Harry said. "Or maybe nobody could try. You didn't learn magic the normal way, Harry. You didn't learn the rules. So the rules didn't limit you. You just experimented. Like a child who's never been told that certain things are impossible." She paused. "That's not an insult. I know." Ron had been quiet, which was unusual for Ron. Harry looked at him, suddenly worried. Ron's current was churning, complex emotions overlapping, harder to read than usual. "Ron. I'm fine." Ron's voice was steady, but his ears were red. "Just taking it in. You've been able to do all this since you were 9 and you've been sitting in charms pretending you can't float a feather. Basically." Ron shook his head slowly. "My best mate's some kind of magical genius and I can't even turn my rat yellow." "Ron, no, I'm not jealous. I mean, I am a bit. But mostly I'm just," Ron ran a hand through his hair. "You've been carrying this by yourself the whole time. Since the cupboard. Since you were 7. That's mad, Harry. That's completely mad. I didn't have anyone to tell. You do now." Ron said it simply, without drama, the way he said everything important. "You've got us now." Harry looked at him. Looked at Hermione. Looked at Ember, who had lifted his head and was watching with his amber eyes bright and attentive. "There's one more thing," Harry said. "The reason I'm telling you." He told them about Quirrell. About the double current, the weak, frightened teacher and the dark, powerful parasite wrapped around him. About the jinx on the broom. About the thing in Quirrell that had cast it. "There's something inside Professor Quirrell," Harry said. "Something that isn't him. Something dangerous. And I think it's connected to whatever's hidden under the trapdoor on the 3rd floor." "The 3rd floor corridor," Hermione breathed. "Dumbledore said, I know what Dumbledore said. I also know there's a 3-headed dog behind that door, guarding a trapdoor, and beneath the trapdoor there's something that somebody, or something, wants badly enough to jinx a student in front of 700 witnesses." Ron had gone pale. "A 3-headed dog? I didn't see it. I felt it. 3 heartbeats, 1 body, massive magical signature. And you think Quirrell, or whatever's inside Quirrell, is trying to get past it?" "Yes." The 3 of them sat in the empty classroom, the weight of it settling over them. Ember's light flickered, casting amber shadows on the walls. "What do we do?" Hermione asked. "We figure out what's being guarded," Harry said. "And we figure out what's inside Quirrell. And we don't get caught doing either." "Right," Ron said. He squared his shoulders. "No problem." Harry almost smiled. The midnight duel was Malfoy's idea. Harry should have seen it coming. Draco had been circling him for weeks, not physically, but socially, politically. Testing. Probing. Making cutting remarks in potions, sneering comments in the corridors, establishing himself as Harry's rival in the first-year hierarchy with the systematic precision of someone who'd been trained in social warfare since birth. And it was warfare, Harry realized. Not malice, or not just malice. Draco Malfoy's antagonism had structure, purpose, an end goal. He was positioning himself. Every interaction with Harry was calculated to reinforce Draco's status in Slytherin, to demonstrate to his housemates that he wasn't afraid of the boy who lived, that the Malfoy name carried more weight than a famous scar. Harry's read gave him the full picture. Draco's current was sharp, cold, controlled, disciplined magic, trained from childhood, powerful but narrow, channeled through expectations and assumptions that had been instilled by his family. Underneath the surface confidence, Harry could feel the pressure. The weight of a name, a reputation, a father's expectations. Draco wasn't cruel for fun. He was cruel because cruelty was the currency his world traded in, and he was desperate to prove he could pay. So when Draco challenged Harry to a midnight duel in the trophy room, delivered through Crabbe with the formal stiffness of a process server, Harry knew it was a trap. "He won't show up," Harry told Ron, who was enthusiastically preparing to serve as Harry's second. "He'll tip off Filch and we'll get caught." "How do you know?" "Because it's what I'd do if I wanted to get someone expelled without risking anything myself." Ron deflated. "So we just ignore it? Let Malfoy think we're scared?" "I don't care what Malfoy thinks." "I do. A bit." Harry looked at Ron, genuinely offended on Harry's behalf, genuinely wanting to defend his friend's honor, and in this moment so transparently, beautifully Ron that Harry felt a surge of affection that caught him off guard. "Tell you what," Harry said. "We'll go. But we go prepared." They went. And because Hermione had overheard them discussing it in the common room, her eavesdropping skills were remarkable for someone who claimed to disapprove of rule-breaking, she went too, trailing behind them in her dressing gown with an expression of terrified disapproval. And because Neville had been locked out of Gryffindor Tower by the fat lady, who'd gone for a late-night visit to another portrait and forgotten to come back, Neville went too, wide-eyed and trembling, pulled along in their wake. The trophy room was empty. Draco was not there. Harry had expected this. What Harry had not expected was Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, appearing around the corner approximately 40 seconds after they arrived, her lamp-like eyes fixing on them with malevolent intelligence. "Run," Harry said. They ran. Down a corridor, around a corner, through a door that Harry's pulse told him led to a staircase. Up the stairs, down another corridor, Filch's shuffling footsteps echoing behind them, Mrs. Norris's eyes glowing in the dark. "We're on the 3rd floor," Hermione hissed. "Harry, this is the forbidden corridor." She was right. Harry could feel it, the dense, knotted threads, the massive magical signature behind the door at the end of the hallway, the 3 heartbeats. But Filch was behind them and there was nowhere else to go. "The door," Harry said. He grabbed the handle, locked. Hermione pushed forward with her wand, Alohomora. The lock clicked. They tumbled through and slammed the door behind them. And found themselves face to face with the 3-headed dog. It was bigger than Harry had imagined. Each head was the size of a dustbin, each mouth full of teeth like carving knives, each pair of yellow eyes blinking in the sudden intrusion. It was standing on a trapdoor. Harry could see it between its enormous paws, and it was, at the moment, just waking up. Neville fainted. Straight backward, rigid, like a falling tree. Ron caught him, barely, staggering under the weight. Hermione pressed against the wall, her hand over her mouth. Harry stood very still and opened his sight all the way. The dog was a Cerberus. He'd read about them in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Dangerous, but not evil. A guard animal, loyal to its keeper, doing a job. Its magical signature was thick and warm, canine, pack-oriented. It was confused, not angry. Confused was better than angry. But underneath the dog, through the trapdoor, Harry could feel the layers. Enchantment after enchantment, stacked like floors in a building, each one a different magical signature, different casters, different disciplines, a gauntlet of protections leading down to something at the very bottom that pulsed with a magical frequency Harry had never encountered. Old. Powerful. Wrong, somehow, not dark, not evil, but unnatural. Something that should not exist. He could feel the threads of each enchantment, could trace their architecture, could identify the weak points and the load-bearing structures. He could unravel any of them, given time and concentration. He could walk through the gauntlet and reach whatever was at the bottom. He chose not to. Not because he was scared. Not because he couldn't. Because whatever was down there was guarded for a reason, and Harry didn't know the reason yet, and acting without understanding was something Vernon Dursley did, not Harry Potter. "Out," Harry said, and pulled the door open, and they spilled back into the corridor, and Filch was gone, and they ran all the way back to Gryffindor Tower without stopping. In the common room, catching their breath, Neville revived on the sofa and looked at them with huge eyes. What was that?" "A Cerberus," Hermione said. "A 3-headed dog. It's standing on a trapdoor. Whatever Dumbledore's hiding, it's under there." "You noticed the trapdoor?" Ron said. "I was too busy noticing the 3 heads full of teeth." "It was standing right on it, Ronald, it was obvious, Neville." Harry's voice, quiet, cut through the bickering. Neville looked at him. "You okay?" Yeah. I think so." Neville's hands were shaking. "I'm sorry I fainted. I'm rubbish at this." "You're not rubbish. You came with us. You didn't have to. I couldn't get back into the tower. The fat lady, you could have waited in the corridor. You chose to come. That's not rubbish, Neville. That's brave." Neville stared at him. His current, that buried, suppressed fire, flickered. Not much. But visibly. A tiny flame, fighting its way up through the ash. "I don't feel brave," Neville whispered. "That's the thing about brave," Harry said. "You never do." Neville didn't say anything else. But when they all went to bed, Harry extended his sight toward Neville's bunk and felt the boy's current, just slightly brighter than it had been that morning. Progress. 2 days later, Snape cornered Harry after potions. The other students filed out. Ron lingered by the door until Snape's glare drove him into the corridor. The door closed. Harry stood before Snape's desk, face neutral, mental shell reinforced, and waited. Snape did not sit down. He stood behind his desk, hands flat on the surface, and stared at Harry with those black, fathomless eyes. "I have examined the first-floor bathroom," Snape said. "The one damaged during the troll incident." "Yes, sir. The structural damage is inconsistent with a troll attack. A troll's club produces linear impact damage, dents, cracks, crushed material along a single vector. The damage in that bathroom is radial. It originates from a single point and expands outward in all directions. Consistent not with an impact but with a concussive blast." Harry said nothing. Concussive blast magic is newt level at minimum. Most adult wizards cannot produce one. It requires precise control of kinetic magical energy and a power threshold that exceeds anything a first-year student should possess. "The troll was swinging a very large club, sir," Harry said again. "In a small room. Maybe the impacts overlapped. Don't insult my intelligence, Potter." The words were cold. Not shouted. Snape didn't shout, Harry had noticed. Snape's anger was a blade, not a bludgeon. "I have also observed," Snape continued, "that your practical performance in every class is conspicuously mediocre. Your theoretical understanding, demonstrated in your essays, is above average. Your wand technique is consistently poor. And yet, when a 12-foot mountain troll threatened your classmate, you produced effects that veteran aurors would envy." Harry's heart was beating hard. His face was still. "I don't know what you are, Potter. I don't know what you can do or how you learn to do it. But I know you're hiding something, and I know it's not a child's secret." Snape leaned forward. The candlelight caught his face, all angles and shadows. "You have your mother's eyes," he said, and his voice changed on those words, a fracture, a seam showing, something raw and quickly sealed. "She was brilliant. Talented. And she kept secrets that got her killed." Harry's breath caught. Not at the threat. At the grief underneath it. Reed was screaming, Snape's current was a hurricane, love and loss and rage and guilt swirling together in a pattern so complex it defied interpretation, and Harry understood, in a flash of clarity, that Snape had loved his mother. Had loved Lily Potter. And had lost her. And was looking at Harry with her eyes in a dead man's face and seeing everything he'd failed to protect. "I'm not keeping secrets that will get anyone killed, Professor," Harry said. Quietly. Carefully. Honestly. Snape searched his face. The probing pressure returned, the mind-reading technique, pushing against Harry's mental shell, and bounced off. Snape felt it bounce. His jaw tightened. "That," Snape said, "is another thing a first year should not be able to do." "With respect, sir, I don't know what you're talking about." Snape stared at him for a long, long moment. Then he straightened. "Get out, Potter." Harry got out. In the corridor, Ron fell into step beside him, questions tumbling. What did he say? What did he want? Are you okay? And Harry answered on autopilot, his mind still in the dungeon classroom, still processing the hurricane of Snape's current. Snape had loved his mother. Snape had tried to save him at the Quidditch match. Snape was investigating the bathroom damage and Harry's hidden abilities and the thing on the third floor all at once. Snape was not the enemy. But Snape was dangerous. Because Snape was smart, and Snape was suspicious, and Snape was not going to stop digging. That evening, Snape climbed the stairs to Dumbledore's office. Harry felt him go, tracked his sight signature moving through the castle, rising, stopping at the gargoyle entrance. The gargoyle moved. Snape ascended. Harry didn't follow with his sight. Some conversations weren't for him to hear. But he could feel the meeting, the two powerful currents interacting, Snape's agitation, Dumbledore's ancient calm, and he could feel the moment when Snape said something that made Dumbledore's current shift. Not alarm. Not surprise. Something more like confirmation. As if Snape had told Dumbledore something the old man had already suspected and was now forced to acknowledge. Harry lay in bed and felt the castle breathing around him, the threads humming, the enchantments pulsing, the slow heartbeat of a place that had seen 1,000 years of students and their secrets, and wondered how long he had before the mask cracked all the way through. Not long, he suspected. The troll. The Quidditch match. Snape's investigation. Each incident left evidence, left questions, left cracks in the facade of the ordinary, struggling first year he'd been pretending to be. He thought about Quirrell. About the dark current inside the man, patient and intelligent and hungry, working toward whatever lay beneath the trapdoor. The thing inside Quirrell didn't know about Harry's abilities, or did it? The jinx at the Quidditch match suggested Quirrell, or his passenger, saw Harry as a threat to be eliminated. But why? Harry hadn't done anything, hadn't interfered, hadn't gone near the third-floor corridor. Unless it was the scar. Harry touched the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Through sight, he could see what he'd always seen, a knot of dark threads embedded in his skin, foreign magic, old and terrible, woven into him the night his parents died. The scar was a remnant. A piece of the curse that had killed his mother and rebounded on Voldemort. And it was connected to something. The thinnest thread. Almost invisible, even to sight. Running from the scar outward, into the world, toward, Harry followed it. Carefully. Gently. The thread ran through the castle, through corridors and walls, and terminated at Quirrell's office. The back of Quirrell's head. The turban. The thing underneath the turban that Quirrell never removed, that smelled of garlic, a masking agent, Harry realized, garlic to cover the scent of something worse, that pulsed with dark, alien magic. The thread connected Harry's scar to the thing inside Quirrell. Harry pulled back from his sight so fast the world tilted. He grabbed the edge of his bed, breathing hard, and Ember materialized on his pillow, Ember eyes wide with alarm. He knew. With a certainty that settled in his bones like ice. The thing inside Quirrell was Voldemort. Not dead. Not gone. Diminished, parasitic, clinging to a host like a leech, but alive. And connected to Harry through the scar, the remnant of the curse that had failed, the bridge between the wizard who had tried to kill and the boy who had survived. Harry stared at the canopy of his four-poster bed and thought about the thin thread running from his forehead to the back of Quirrell's skull, and thought about the gauntlet beneath the trapdoor, and thought about whatever was at the bottom that pulsed with unnatural power, and thought, he's coming for it. Whatever it is. He's coming. Ember crawled across the pillow and pressed its warm, weightless body against Harry's cheek. Harry closed his eyes and breathed. He had 50 workings. He had 2 friends. He had a mind that could shape magic in ways no one had ever seen. And somewhere in this castle, wearing a stuttering professor like a suit, the darkest wizard in a century was hunting for something that would bring him back. Harry lay very still in the dark, his current humming steady and strong beneath his skin, Ember's warmth against his face, the castle breathing around him. He was running out of time to hide. Chapter 4, The Thread and the Flame. December came to Hogwarts like a held breath. Snow buried the grounds in deep, silent white. The lake froze solid and the giant squid could be seen through the ice, drifting in slow, dreamy circles beneath the surface. The castle's threads thickened in the cold, Harry could feel them drawing inward, contracting, the way a living thing conserves heat. The enchanted ceilings in the great hall showed perpetual gray skies, and the fires in every common room burned brighter, fed by magic that responded to the collective desire of 700 students who wanted to be warm. Harry barely noticed the cold. Kindle had been his first working, and it ran through him constantly now, a baseline warmth that kept his body at a comfortable temperature regardless of the environment. He walked through the December corridors in his school robes while other students shivered in scarves and jumpers, and didn't think about it until Hermione pointed it out. "You're not wearing a coat," she said, falling into step beside him on the way to Transfiguration. "It's below 0. I run warm. You run warm." She gave him the look, the one that meant she was filing something away for later analysis. "Is that one of your things?" It was the first one, actually. The first. Hermione stopped walking. Her eyes went wide. "That's Kindle. Your warming spell. That was the first one you invented?" "I was 7. The heating broke. I didn't have a blanket." Hermione stared at him. Her current rippled with an emotion Harry's read couldn't fully categorize, something between admiration and a deep, aching sadness. Then she started walking again, briskly, the way she did when she didn't want to show what she was feeling. "I've been reading about wandless magic," she said, in her academic voice, the one she used when she was processing emotions by intellectualizing them. "There's almost nothing in the Hogwarts library. A few references in magical theory, a chapter in advanced magical principles, and one footnote in a history of magic about Merlin performing feats without a focus. But that's treated as legend, not documented fact. What does the documented stuff say? That wandless magic is possible but extremely limited. Simple spells, lumos, basic levitation, can be performed wandlessly by advanced practitioners after years of training. The consensus is that the wand is essential for structured spell work because human magical channels aren't precise enough to shape complex effects without an external focus." She paused. "Which you've disproven rather thoroughly. Maybe my channels are different. Maybe." She chewed her lip. "Or maybe the theory is wrong. Maybe the reason no one does what you do is because everyone learns magic with a wand, from a wand, through the framework of wand-based spellwork. The wand shapes how they think about magic. You never had a wand, so you never learned those limitations. You approached magic like a kid with a box of crayons. I was going to say, like a first principles researcher unconstrained by existing paradigms, but yes. Your version is more accurate." She almost smiled. "Harry, I want to study your workings. Properly. Document them, analyze the underlying magical principles, compare them to existing theory. Would you let me?" Harry thought about it. He'd been carrying the 50 workings alone in his head for 3 years, a private catalogue, memorized, never written down. The idea of sharing them, even with Hermione, even partially, made something tighten in his chest. But Hermione's mind was extraordinary. He'd watched her in class, the speed of her comprehension, the depth of her analysis, the ability to see connections between disparate pieces of information that other students missed entirely. If anyone could help him understand what he'd built, it was her. "On one condition," Harry said. "Nothing written down. Nothing on paper. If someone finds notes about spells that don't exist, performed by a first year, without a wand, I understand. All in our heads." She tapped her temple. "I have a very good memory." "I know you do." They reached the Transfiguration classroom and separated to their seats. Ron saved Harry a spot at their usual desk and slid a folded note across the surface. "Mom says I can stay for Christmas. You staying too?" Harry looked at the note. "Christmas at Hogwarts." He'd assumed he'd be going back to the Dursleys, assumed it without thinking, the way you assume weather or gravity. The idea that he could just, not go. That he could stay here, in this castle that hummed with magic, with Ron and the fires and the snow and the great hall and Ember exploring secret passages at night, he picked up his quill and wrote back, "Yeah. I'm staying." Ron grinned at him, and Harry grinned back, and for a moment the dark thread connecting his scar to Quirrell's turban seemed very far away. The study session started 2 days later. They used the empty classroom on the 3rd floor, the same one where Harry had first shown them Ember. Harry warded the room with a basic weave, privacy threads, borrowed from the ambient magic, knotted into a structure that would alert him if anyone approached, and a muffle, sound barrier, ensuring nothing they said could be heard from outside, and a snare, tripwire across the corridor, just in case. Hermione watched him set the wards with the intensity of a hawk watching a mouse. You just wove ambient magical threads into a ward structure. Yeah. Without a wand. Yeah. That's postgraduate level enchantment work. The textbook says ward crafting requires specialized tools, calibrated runic anchors, and a minimum of 3 years theoretical study. The textbook doesn't know about me. Clearly not. She pulled out a blank notebook, then caught Harry's look and put it away. Right. No writing. Fine. We'll do this verbally. Start from the beginning. Your first working. Kindle. Harry talked. Hermione listened. And for the first time in his life, Harry described what he did, how the current felt, how intent shaped it, how visualization directed it, to someone who could understand. Hermione didn't just understand. She translated. As Harry described each working in his intuitive, experiential language, I push the current out through my fingers and tell it to be warm. Hermione mapped it onto the theoretical framework she'd absorbed from her reading. What you're calling the current is what magical theory calls the innate magical reserve, the pool of magical energy that every witch or wizard carries. Standard theory says this reserve can only be accessed through a wand, which acts as a transducer, converting raw magical potential into structured magical output. But you're accessing it directly. You're using intent as the structuring mechanism instead of a wand. Is that unusual? Harry, it's supposed to be impossible. The entire framework of modern magical education is built on the assumption that the wand is necessary. Every spell, every charm, every enchantment, they're all designed around wand-based casting. You've built 50 spells that bypass the wand entirely, which means you've essentially created an alternative magical paradigm. From scratch. In a cupboard. Ron, who had been sitting on a desk eating an apple and listening, spoke up. So he's basically reinvented magic. No. He's invented a new kind of magic. The existing kind still works, Harry uses a wand in class. But his native system is different. It's like, Hermione struggled for an analogy. It's like everyone else learned to communicate by writing, and Harry, who never learned to write, taught himself to speak. Same underlying language. Completely different method. And the speaking method is better. Not better. Different. Wand magic has advantages, consistency, precision, a vast existing library of tested spells. Harry's system has advantages too, flexibility, speed, no dependency on an external tool. Ideally you'd want both. I have both, Harry said. The wand works with my system, not against it. Ollivander's wand didn't try to replace my workings, it amplified them. Hermione's eyes lit up. That's what happened in the shop. The wand harmonized with your existing magical architecture. Exactly. Harry, do you realize what that means? If you used your wand in conjunction with your wandless techniques, if you channeled your workings through the wand, the amplification effect could be, she stopped. Stared at nothing. Her current was blazing, the way it always did when she was making connections faster than she could vocalize. Enormous, she finished quietly. The amplification could be enormous. Harry had been thinking the same thing. He hadn't experimented yet, hadn't wanted to, not in the castle, not where people might sense the magical output. But the potential was there. 50 workings, each already powerful in their raw form, channeled through a focus specifically designed to amplify them. He filed it away. Something to explore. When the time was right. They worked through Harry's catalog over the next week, spending 2 or 3 hours every evening in the warded classroom. Hermione asked questions that forced Harry to articulate things he'd always understood intuitively. Why did glow require visualization while press required physical gesture? What was the difference between sight and pulse at the fundamental level? How did Ember maintain autonomous behavior without continuous conscious direction? Some of her questions, Harry couldn't answer. I don't know why it works that way. It just does. I feel it. Feeling is data, Hermione said. Your intuition is built on 3 years of experimentation. Just because you can't articulate the principle doesn't mean there isn't one. We just haven't found the words yet. Ron's contribution was different but equally valuable. Where Hermione analyzed, Ron strategized. So you've got shield, which blocks stuff. You've got burst, which pushes stuff away from you. You've got lance, which is a focused push. And you've got bolt, which is a fast punch. Ron was sitting cross-legged on the desk, ticking off fingers. That's your defensive kit. Shield and skin are passive. Burst is reactive, hit me and I hit back harder. Lance and bolt are offensive. Flash blinds people. Sear cuts stuff. Spark is like a magical slap. When did you become a tactical analyst? Hermione asked. I play chess. Ron shrugged. Every piece has a role. Attack, defense, control, support. Harry's workings are the same. Some are pieces you play. Some are pieces you hold in reserve. The trick isn't having the most powerful piece, it's knowing which one to play and when. Harry stared at Ron. That's, actually brilliant. Don't sound so surprised. But Ron was grinning, ears pink with pleasure. Here's what I want to know, though. 50 workings. That's a lot. In a real fight, a proper fight, not a troll, how fast can you switch between them? Pretty fast. They're all in my head. I just reach for the one I need. Show me. Harry showed him. He ran through a combat sequence, shield up, burst outward, lance targeted at a conjured target dummy Hermione created, flash to blind, bolt to strike, clamp to hold, feather to dodge. Each transition was smooth, flowing, less than a second between workings. Ron watched with the focused intensity of a chess player studying a board. Faster, he said. The gap between shield and burst, you're thinking about it. Don't think. Just flow. Harry tried again. And again. Ron directed, critiqued, adjusted, shield earlier, you're reacting instead of anticipating, don't lance from a standing position, use feather to get airborne first, the angle is better, you dropped skin when you engaged burst, keep skin running as a baseline. By the end of the session, Harry was breathing hard and his current was singing with exertion and Ron was nodding with the satisfied expression of a coach whose player had just leveled up. He needs a name for this, Ron told Hermione. The whole system. If he's going to use all 50 together, he needs to think of them as one thing, not 50 separate things. The arsenal, Hermione suggested. Too aggressive. The framework. Too boring. What about the kit? The kit. Hermione wrinkled her nose. That sounds like a sewing basket. What do you call it? Ron asked Harry. Harry thought about it. He'd never named the system as a whole. Each working had its own name, but the collection, the 50, the totality, had always just been his. Mine, he said. Ron and Hermione looked at each other. Something passed between them, an understanding, a recognition of what that word meant coming from a boy who'd grown up with nothing. Yours, then, Ron said. Let's make sure it stays that way. Ron went home for Christmas. He'd planned to stay, but a letter from his mother, delivered by the family owl, a decrepit bird named Errol that crashed into the breakfast table with the grace of a feathered cannonball, informed him that his brother Charlie was visiting from Romania and the family expected a full gathering. I'm sorry, mate, Ron said, stuffing robes into his trunk. Mum would have my head. Go, Harry said. It's your family. You could come. Mum said, she wrote it in, hang on, Ron dug through the letter. Tell Harry he's welcome at the Burrow anytime. See? She means it. Something warm bloomed in Harry's chest. Thank your mum for me. But I'll be fine here. There's stuff I want to look into. The Quirrell thing. The Quirrell thing. Ron's face sobered. He sat on the edge of his trunk and looked at Harry with an expression that was oddly adult, the loyal friend replaced, for a moment, by something steadier and more serious. Be careful. Whatever's inside that bloke, whatever you felt, it tried to kill you already. Don't go poking it alone. I won't poke it. I'll just observe. Harry. I'll be careful. Ron held his gaze. Then he nodded, stood up, and slung his bag over his shoulder. At the dormitory door, he turned back. Happy Christmas, Harry. Happy Christmas, Ron. Hermione had gone home too. Her parents were dentists who apparently spent Christmas competing over who could make the most elaborate roast, and Harry was left in Gryffindor Tower with a handful of older students, the Weasley twins, who had stayed to wage a 3-day snowball war against Peeves, and the quiet, echoing solitude of a mostly empty castle. He didn't mind. Solitude was familiar. And the empty castle meant freedom, no classes, no schedule, no need to maintain the mask. He sent Ember ranging through the corridors at all hours, the little fox mapping and cataloguing with tireless curiosity. He explored himself, under Flicker, drifting through unused wings and forgotten classrooms and the shifting maze of staircases that, without the press of student traffic to direct them, wandered aimlessly like bored children. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to find presents at the foot of his bed. He stared at them. Presents. For him. The concept was so alien that for a moment he simply lay there, processing. Ron had sent him a box of homemade fudge and a Weasley jumper, hand-knitted, emerald green, with a large H on the front. Harry held it against his chest and felt the love woven into every stitch, not magical love, not thread magic, just the ordinary, extraordinary love of a mother who had knitted a jumper for her son's friend because no one else would. Hermione had sent him a book, Theories of Transubstantial Transfiguration. A note inside read, Chapter 5, 50. The signal came on a Thursday evening in June, 3 days before the end of term. Harry was in the Great Hall, eating shepherd's pie and half listening to Ron debate the Chudley Cannon's playoff chances with Seamus Finnegan, when his sensor web screamed. Not a gentle pulse, a full-body alarm, every thread he'd woven through the third-floor corridor vibrating at once, shrieking a single message, breach. He set down his fork. Across the table, Hermione caught the change in his expression. Her eyes widened a fraction. Harry gave a single, small nod. It was happening. He extended his sight, pushing past the noise of the Great Hall, hundreds of currents blazing, the ambient magic of dinner and conversation and 700 people packed into one room, and reached for the third floor. The Cerberus was asleep. Its 3 heartbeats had slowed to a deep, rhythmic thud, sedated by something, music, Voldemort had said, the half-breed's weakness, which meant Hagrid's. Someone had gotten Hagrid to reveal how to get past Fluffy. Harry pulled his sight further. Below the trapdoor, the first layer of protections was active, Devil's Snare, a massive, writhing tangle of plant magic, alive and hungry in the dark. Below that, the enchanted keys, buzzing like a swarm of insects, their magical signatures bright and frenetic. Below that, the chess set, enormous, cold, patient, waiting. And moving through the upper layers, descending steadily, a familiar dual signature. Quirrell. And the darkness inside him. Ron, Harry said quietly. Ron looked at him. Read the expression. Set down his chicken leg. Now. Ron's voice was barely a murmur. Now. They stood. Casually. 3 students leaving dinner early, nothing unusual, nothing noteworthy. Harry swept the head table with his sight as they walked toward the doors. Snape was there, eating, his dark eyes surveying the hall with their usual predatory attention. McGonagall was there, talking to Flitwick. Sprout. Sinistra. Vector. Dumbledore was not there. Harry's stomach dropped. He checked again, pushed his sight further, searching the castle for that vast, unmistakable current. The headmaster's office, empty. The corridors, empty. The grounds, empty. Dumbledore was gone. Not in the castle. Not on the grounds. Gone. Harry walked faster. Ron and Hermione matched his pace, and as soon as they cleared the great hall and turned into the corridor, he spoke. Dumbledore's not here. He's left the castle. What? Hermione's voice was sharp. He can't have, why would he leave now? I don't know. But Quirrell's already passed the dog. He's going through the protections right now. It could be a coincidence, Ron said, but his tone said he didn't believe it. It's not a coincidence. Voldemort planned this. He waited until Dumbledore was away. Harry's mind was racing. We need to tell someone. McGonagall, and say what? Hermione cut in. Professor, we know Quirrell is possessed by you-know-who because Harry can see magical signatures. She'll think we're mental. Snape, then. He knows about Quirrell, Dumbledore told me. Even if Snape believes us, he'll go after Quirrell himself and tell us to stay in the tower. And Snape doesn't know about the mirror, about how the final protection works. If he confronts Voldemort before the stone is secure, then Voldemort changes tactics. Takes Snape hostage. Forces the issue. They were climbing stairs now, moving fast, the argument flowing between them like water through rapids. Harry's sensor web was still pulsing, Quirrell was past the devil's snare already, moving faster than expected. Below the net of threads, Harry felt the key room activate, hundreds of enchanted keys bursting into flight. We have to go ourselves, Harry said. It wasn't what he wanted. It was what was left. I know, Ron said. Simply. Without hesitation. I know too, Hermione said. Her voice was steady but her current was spiking, fear and determination in equal measure. But we're not going blind. Harry, what can you see ahead of us? Harry closed his eyes and pushed his sight down through the castle, through the layers of stone and enchantment, tracing the gauntlet's architecture the way he'd been mapping it for months. 6 protections. Devil's snare, Quirrell's already past it. The key room, he's in it now. Then the chess set. Then something I can't quite identify, the magical signature is strange, biological. Then Snape's contribution, potions, I think, tied to a logic enchantment. Then the mirror. 6 layers. Quirrell's on the second. We start from the top. We'll be behind him the whole way, Ron said. That's not great. It's what we've got. They reached the 3rd-floor corridor. The door was ajar, Quirrell hadn't bothered to close it behind him. Inside, the Cerberus was sprawled across the floor, all 3 heads snoring, a golden harp playing itself in the corner. The music was simple, repetitive, a lullaby loop designed to keep the dog sedated indefinitely. The trapdoor was open. Harry looked down. Darkness. A faint smell of damp earth and growing things. The devil's snare, far below, a mass of thick tendrils covering the landing zone. I go first, Harry said. He pulled off the invisibility cloak, folded it, and handed it to Hermione. Keep this. If things go wrong, put it on and get out. I'm not leaving, Hermione. Please. She took the cloak. Her jaw was set but her hands were trembling. Harry jumped. The fall was longer than expected, 20 feet, maybe more, and he used feather instinctively, slowing his descent, landing softly on the massive devil's snare. The tendrils immediately came alive, wrapping around his ankles, his wrists, climbing his torso with the blind, seeking persistence of a plant that knew only one imperative: hold, squeeze, suffocate. Harry didn't struggle. He engaged Kindle, not the warming version, the hot version. His body temperature spiked. The air around him shimmered. The devil's snare recoiled, tendrils withdrawing from the heat, and Harry dropped through the loosened mass onto cold stone beneath. "It's clear," he called up. "Don't struggle, it tightens if you fight. Relax and drop through." Two thuds as Ron and Hermione landed. Ron swore as the tendrils grabbed him, "Bloody, Geroff," and Harry heard Hermione's voice, calm and focused, "Lumos Solum." A blast of brilliant sunlight from her wand, and the devil's snare shriveled back, releasing them both. Ron disentangled himself, breathing hard. "I hate plants." "That's why you're failing herbology," Hermione said, brushing off her robes with shaking hands. "Can we discuss my grades later? Maybe after the Dark Wizard?" They moved on. A narrow stone passage, sloping downward, the air getting colder and damper. Harry's sight tracked the passage ahead, no traps, no enchantments, just stone and dark. At the end, a wooden door. Behind it, the sound of wings. Harry opened the door and they stepped into the key room. It was enormous. A high-vaulted chamber, cathedral-sized, its ceiling lost in shadow. Broomsticks hovered near the door, 3 of them, old-school brooms, put there for the challenger to use. And the air was full of keys. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Glittering, darting, swooping through the air like a flock of metallic birds, their wings buzzing, their bodies flashing silver and gold and bronze in the torchlight. They filled the chamber from floor to ceiling, a churning, chaotic cloud of enchanted metal. Across the room, a heavy wooden door with a large silver lock. The key they needed was in the swarm somewhere, one key among thousands, the right shape, the right size, the right magical signature to open that lock. Quirrell had already been through. Harry could see the residue of his passage, a trail of disrupted threads through the key swarm, a few damaged keys lying on the floor with bent wings. Quirrell had been brutal about it, blasting his way through rather than searching methodically. Harry didn't need a broomstick. He opened his sight fully and looked at the swarm. Each key had a faint magical signature, a resonance with the lock it was designed to open. Most of the signatures were noise, random, unmatched, decoys. But one, there. Near the ceiling. A large, old-fashioned silver key with a crumpled wing, already damaged by Quirrell's passage but still flying, listing to one side, its signature matching the lock's frequency like a tuning fork matching a note. Harry reached out with clamp, the holding force working, and plucked the key from the air. It struggled briefly in his invisible grip, buzzing and flapping, then went still. He floated it down to his hand and walked across the room. "That was fast," Ron said. Harry slid the key into the lock. It turned. The door opened. The chess room was next. They stepped onto the board and the torches flared to life and the pieces materialized, 2 full armies of giant chess pieces, each one the size of a person, carved from stone and enchanted with a cold, patient intelligence. The white pieces stood across the board, silent, waiting. The black pieces stood on their side, empty spaces among them for 3 players. Ron walked forward. His eyes moved across the board, the positions, the openings, the strategic implications, and Harry watched his friend's current shift. The crackling, warm, slightly scattered energy that was Ron's normal state focused, sharpened, concentrated into something precise and dangerous. Ron was seeing the board the way Harry saw enchantments. The way Hermione saw texts. This was Ron's gift, not academic, not magical, but strategic. A mind that thought in patterns and possibilities and 4-dimensional cause and effect. "Right," Ron said. His voice was different, calm, controlled, the voice of someone in their element. "Harry, you're the bishop. Hermione, take the rook's position. I'm the knight." "Ron," Hermione began. "Don't argue. I can see the game. Let me play it." They took their positions. The white pieces moved first. What followed was the most extraordinary thing Harry had ever witnessed that didn't involve magic. Ron played the game like a maestro playing a symphony. He directed the black pieces with quiet, precise commands: knight to c5. Bishop to e4. Rook to d7. And the pieces obeyed, sliding across the board with grinding stone-on-stone sounds, taking positions, making sacrifices, building a strategy that Harry, who knew nothing about chess, could nonetheless feel was brilliant. The white pieces were good. Their enchantment included a sophisticated tactical intelligence. They adapted, responded, countered. But Ron was better. He saw 4 moves ahead, 5, 6, reading the white army's patterns the way Harry read enchantment threads, predicting their responses before they made them. But the white army was ruthless. Black pieces fell, smashed, shattered, dragged off the board by the implacable stone figures. Each loss was calculated, planned, a sacrifice Ron had accounted for. But the attrition was real, and the board was narrowing, and Ron was running out of pieces. Almost there, Ron murmured, more to himself than to them. Almost, he stopped. His eyes moved across the board one more time. And Harry saw it in Ron's face, the moment he found the winning move, and the moment he realized what it cost. "Ron," Harry said. "It's the only way." Ron's voice was quiet. Steady. "I have to move. The knight has to move to g3. The white queen takes me. That opens the board for Harry to checkmate the king." "No," Hermione said immediately. "No, Ron, there has to be, there isn't. I've checked 3 times. This is the only line." Harry's current surged. He could intervene, shield around Ron, clamp on the white queen, burst to clear the board. He could end this game in 3 seconds with his workings and nobody would, but the board would reset. He could feel it in the enchantment. McGonagall's chess set was designed to be played. Any attempt to bypass the game through external force would trigger a reset, sending them back to the beginning. The only way through was to win. And the only winning move was Ron's sacrifice. Harry looked at his friend. Ron looked back. "It's chess, Harry," Ron said, and his voice cracked on the word but his eyes didn't waver. "Sometimes the knight has to fall so the king can win. That's just how it works. You're not a chess piece." "No. But I'm your friend, and I'm telling you this is the move. Trust me." Harry's throat was tight. His current was howling, screaming at him to do something, to find another way, to use his 50 workings to rewrite the rules and keep everyone safe. But Ron had asked him to trust, and trust meant letting someone else be right even when every instinct said otherwise. "When the queen takes you," Harry said, "I'm going to catch you." He reached for Feather and prepared to lighten Ron's body the instant he fell. Not an intervention in the game. Just a friend, catching a friend. Ron nodded. Turned. Squared his shoulders. Knight to g3. The stone knight Ron was riding slid forward. Across the board, the white queen turned her blank stone face toward him. She glided forward, smooth and terrible and inevitable, her stone arm rising. She struck. The impact was savage, stone hitting stone, the knight shattering beneath Ron flying through the air. Harry activated Feather the instant Ron left the seat, lightening his body, slowing the fall, and Ron hit the stone floor at the edge of the board with a thud instead of a crack. Hermione screamed. Harry was already moving. He checked Ron with pulse, alive, breathing, unconscious. A gash on his head, bleeding freely, but the skull intact. The feather had absorbed the worst of the impact. Without it, the fall would have broken his neck. Harry pressed his hand against Ron's forehead and pushed men through the gash. The skin knitted, the bleeding stopped, and Ron's breathing steadied. He'd have a headache when he woke up, but he'd wake up. Harry stood. Looked at the board. The White King stood alone, exposed, exactly where Ron had said it would be. Bishop to e1, Harry said. Checkmate. The black bishop slid across the board. The white king threw down his crown. The remaining pieces moved aside, clearing the path to the next door. Hermione was kneeling beside Ron, her wand out, performing a diagnostic charm she'd learned from a medical textbook. He's okay. Concussion, but not severe. We can't just leave him, we're not. Stay with him. Harry, the next room might be dangerous. The one after that will be. I need you here, keeping Ron safe, and I need you to have this. He pulled the invisibility cloak from Hermione's bag and draped it over both of them. If anyone comes through, anyone except me, hide. What if you don't come back? Then go find Snape. Tell him everything. He'll believe you, he already suspects. Hermione looked up at him from under the cloak's shimmering edge. Her eyes were bright with tears she wasn't shedding, and her current was a storm of fear and determination and something fiercer underneath, a loyalty that burned like embers amber light. Come back, she said. I will. He turned and walked through the door. The next chamber was dark and the smell hit him before anything else, a thick, rotten, stomach-churning stench that Pulse identified before his eyes adjusted. Another troll. Bigger than the one on Halloween, a full-grown mountain troll, massive and gray, unconscious on the floor in a pool of its own drool. Quirrell had already dealt with it. The dark current's residue was all over the chamber, a brutal, efficient takedown, the troll overwhelmed by pure magical force and knocked senseless. Harry stepped over one of its enormous legs and moved on. The next room was Snape's. 7 bottles on a table. A roll of parchment with a riddle. Purple and black flames blocking the exits, one ahead, one behind. Harry could feel the enchantment instantly, a logic puzzle tied to the potion selection. Drink the wrong bottle and you burned or poisoned. Drink the right one and you passed through the flames unharmed. Harry read the riddle. It was clever, a deductive logic problem, requiring careful analysis to identify which bottles were safe and which were lethal. Hermione would have loved it. Harry worked through it in about 45 seconds, identifying the small black bottle that would take him through the purple flames ahead. But he didn't drink it yet. Instead, he pushed his sight into the potion, examining its thread structure. The enchantment was elegant, Snape's work was precise, meticulous, the magical equivalent of a watchmaker's craft. The potion didn't just protect against fire. It created a temporary magical resonance between the drinker and the flames, allowing passage through what was essentially a magical barrier disguised as physical fire. Harry could bypass this without the potion. His shield, reinforced with harden, could likely resist the flames. But the potion would do it cleaner, and he wanted to conserve his current for what came next. He drank. The potion was ice-cold, a shock that traveled from his throat to his extremities. The purple flames flickered as he approached, their magical signature shifting, recognizing the resonance the potion created. Harry stepped through and into the final chamber. The Mirror of Erised stood in the center of the room. And Quirrell stood before it, turban intact, hands pressed against the mirror's golden frame, his dual current blazing with frustration. The weak, frightened surface, Quirrell's own magic, was being driven like a beaten horse by the dark power beneath it. Quirrell was sweating, muttering, his eyes darting across the mirror's surface. He spun when Harry entered. For a moment, they stared at each other. Teacher and student. Host and the reason for the parasite's obsession. The chamber was cold, the torches burned low, the mirror reflected nothing, and the ambient magic was thick and charged with the residual energy of every protection that had been broken to reach this point. P. Potter. Quirrell's stutter was worse than usual, his face twitching, one eye slightly unfocused. The dark current inside him writhed. How did you, I don't, use the boy? The voice came from Quirrell, but not from his mouth. From the back of his head. From beneath the turban. Cold. Clear. Commanding. Quirrell's face contorted. His hands moved to his turban. He unwound it with shaking fingers, the purple cloth falling away in loops, and turned around. Harry had been prepared for this. He'd felt the dark signature, traced the scar thread, mapped the parasitic current in his sight a dozen times. He thought he was ready. He wasn't. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was the worst thing Harry had ever seen. Not because it was monstrous, though it was, chalk-white and flat-featured, more snake than human, but because it was alive. The red eyes that opened in that face were filled with a terrible, burning intelligence, a hunger that went beyond want into something pathological, and they fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the scar on his forehead erupt in blinding pain. Harry staggered. His hand went to his forehead. The scar thread was vibrating, resonating, the connection between him and the face in the back of Quirrell's head singing with a frequency that turned his vision white. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice was silk and venom. We meet at last. Harry straightened. The pain was extraordinary, a hot wire driven through his skull, but he'd lived with pain before. He'd lived in a cupboard for 10 years. He'd been hungry, cold, locked in the dark, and none of it had stopped him. This wouldn't either. He sealed the pain behind his mental shell. It didn't disappear, but it dimmed, like turning down the volume on a screen. I know what you are, Harry said. His voice was steady. He was distantly proud of that. Do you? The red eyes narrowed. And what am I? Tom Riddle. The thing that murdered my parents. A parasite living on the back of a frightened man's head. The temperature in the room dropped. Quirrell flinched. The dark current surged, pressing against Harry's sight like a wave against a seawall. Brave, Voldemort whispered. Foolish, but brave. Your father was the same. He stood against me with no hope of victory. Courage without calculation. A Gryffindor failing. Harry said nothing. His sight was wide open, mapping the room, assessing threats, tracing the thread architecture of the mirror and the residual enchantments. Quirrell had been trying to extract the stone and failing, the mirror's paradox lock held, impervious to the dark wizard's desire. I need you, Harry Potter, Voldemort said. You can see that, can't you? With those remarkable eyes of yours. The mirror won't yield the stone to me. But it might yield it to you. Why would I help you? Because I can give you what you want. The red eyes burned. I felt your magic, boy. Through our connection. Through the scar I gave you. I felt what you've built, those workings, those inventions, that system of magic you created alone in the dark. You built something new. Something the wizarding world has never seen. Do you think they'll celebrate you for it? Harry didn't answer. They won't. They'll fear you. They'll study you like a specimen, dissect your methods, try to reproduce them, and when they can't, they'll call you dangerous. The ministry will regulate you. Dumbledore will contain you. The world doesn't reward innovation, Harry. It punishes it. Every wizard who ever pushed beyond the boundaries of known magic has been branded a threat. Voldemort's voice was hypnotic, not magically, though Harry could feel a faint veil-like suggestion pressing against his mental shell and sliding off. Voldemort was trying to persuade him the old-fashioned way. With words. With truth. Because some of it was true. Harry knew it was true. He'd thought the same thoughts himself, lying in the cupboard, wondering what would happen when people found out. Would they be amazed or afraid? Would they want to learn or want to control? The wizarding world, from what he'd seen, was deeply traditional, a society built on precedent and orthodoxy, where the right way to do magic was the way it had always been done and anything else was suspect. I was like you, Voldemort said. A child of extraordinary talent, raised among those who couldn't understand me. An orphan. Alone. Forced to discover my own power in the dark. I know what you feel, Harry, because I felt it too. The isolation. The hunger. The certainty that you were made for something more than the small, frightened world would allow. The scar burned. Harry's mental shell held. I can teach you, Voldemort whispered. I have explored magic that no other living wizard has touched. The deepest secrets. The furthest boundaries. Together, we could go further than either of us could alone. Your methods and my knowledge. Your innovation and my experience. We could reshape the entire understanding of what magic is. Harry stood in a cold chamber, 11 years old, with a burning scar and 50 workings humming in his current and a dark wizard offering him the one thing he'd never had, someone who understood. And it was tempting. Not the power, Harry had power. Not the knowledge, Harry could find knowledge. The understanding. The idea that someone, even a monster, could look at what Harry had built and see not a threat or a curiosity but a kindred spirit. The loneliness of the cupboard had never fully left him. It lived in the spaces between his ribs, in the silence behind his smile, in the part of him that still couldn't quite believe Ron and Hermione were real. Voldemort was reaching for that loneliness with precise, surgical fingers, and for a terrible, honest moment, it almost worked. Then Harry thought about Ron. Ron, unconscious on the chessboard, bleeding from a head wound he'd taken willingly because the move was right and his friend needed him. Ron, who had looked at Harry's 50 workings and said, yours, then, with a simplicity that held more understanding than Voldemort's entire speech. Ron, who wasn't a genius and wasn't powerful and didn't care about boundaries or paradigms or the shape of magic, who cared about Harry, just Harry, the boy on the train with the round glasses and the bad clothes and the willingness to share his sweets. Voldemort had never had a Ron. That was the difference. That was the whole, entire, fundamental difference between them. No, Harry said. The red eyes flashed. Think carefully, boy. I am offering you, I know what you're offering. And I know what it costs. You murdered my parents. You tried to murder me. You're wearing a man like a coat. Whatever we have in common, and yeah, we have things in common, I'm not going to stand here and pretend we don't, it doesn't change what you are. You're a killer. You're a parasite. And you're not getting that stone. The chamber went cold. The torches flickered. Voldemort's face contorted, the calculated persuasion cracking, something rawer showing through. Rage. Not hot, explosive rage. Cold rage. The kind that plans. Then you will get it for me, Voldemort said. Quirrell. Quirrell moved. Faster than Harry expected, the dark current driving his body like a machine, overriding the man's trembling reluctance, throwing his hands forward. Ropes shot from Quirrell's wand, thick, enchanted cords that whipped toward Harry like striking snakes. Harry's shield snapped up. The ropes hit the barrier and bounced, some tangling, some falling. Quirrell was already casting again, a jet of red light, a stunner, then another, then a blast of force that shook the floor. Harry blocked, deflected, absorbed. His shield held against the stunners, his skin dispersed the force blast, and his body was already moving, feather engaged, lightning him, giving him speed and agility that a normal 11-year-old shouldn't have. He rolled sideways, came up in a crouch, and threw a bolt at Quirrell's chest. The invisible fist of force hit Quirrell square in the sternum and threw him backward 10 feet. He crashed against the wall and slid down, gasping, but the dark current caught him, hauled him upright like a puppet on strings, overriding the pain, the damage, driving the body forward again. Impressive, Voldemort hissed. Wandless combat magic. At 11. You truly are remarkable. Quirrell attacked again. More spells, curses this time, darker, the incantation snarled in a voice that was half Quirrell and half Voldemort. A jet of sickly green light that Harry recognized instinctively as something lethal, not the killing curse, his sight told him, but something close, a dark cutting hex that would open him from throat to navel if it connected. Harry threw himself sideways. The hex missed by inches, hit the wall behind him, and carved a deep, smoking groove in the stone. Harry rolled, came up, and for the first time in his life unleashed his workings without restraint. Flash, a blinding burst of light that filled the chamber. Quirrell screamed, hands over his eyes. Harry followed with lance, a focused beam of force aimed at Quirrell's wand hand. The invisible blow struck Quirrell's wrist with a crack and the wand went flying, clattering across the stone floor. But the dark current didn't need a wand. Voldemort cast through Quirrell's bare hands, raw, unfocused, enormously powerful. A wave of dark magic rolled across the chamber like a physical force, slamming into Harry's shield with a sound like a cathedral bell. The shield held, barely. Harry felt the impact reverberate through his current, rattling his bones, his teeth, his sight. He threw burst, the spherical expansion of force, and the dark wave shattered, fragments of magic dissipating into the air. Quirrell staggered but didn't fall. The dark current was holding him upright, puppet strings and rage. Harry switched tactics. He wasn't going to outforce Voldemort. The dark wizard was too powerful, too experienced, and was channeling magic through a body he didn't care about damaging. Every hit Harry landed, the dark current just absorbed and kept driving. He needed to cut the strings. Sight, focused. Harry looked at Quirrell, not at the man, at the magic. The parasitic thread structure was visible, clear as day. Voldemort's dark current wrapped around Quirrell's own magic like a vine around a tree, infiltrating, controlling, dominating. The threads were dense, complex, deeply embedded, a possession that had been building for months, maybe longer. But Harry had unraveled. He reached for the parasitic threads with his sight. Found the load-bearing connections, the threads that anchored Voldemort's current to Quirrell's body, the channels through which the dark wizard controlled his host. There were dozens of them, woven into Quirrell's nervous system, his muscles, his magical channels. Harry began to pull. It was like pulling thorns from living flesh. Each thread he removed caused Quirrell to convulse, to scream, the dark current thrashing in response. Voldemort realized what was happening almost immediately. Stop! The voice from the back of Quirrell's head was no longer silk. It was a shriek. What are you doing? Harry pulled another thread. Quirrell's left arm went limp, the puppet string severed, the dark current's control over that limb broken. Quirrell collapsed to one knee, the right side of his body still fighting, the left side dead weight. You can see them. Voldemort's voice was raw, not just rage now, something else. Something Harry's read, pushed to its limits, identified with a shock. Wonder. Even now, being dismantled, Voldemort was marveling. You can see the connection threads. You can manipulate them. How? How is this possible? Harry pulled another thread. Quirrell's right leg buckled. You built this yourself, didn't you? Voldemort whispered. And for one terrible, crystalline moment, the rage and the hunger fell away and what was left was pure, naked recognition. No teacher. No book. Just you and the dark and the wanting. Harry's hand faltered. Because Voldemort was right. About all of it. About the dark and the wanting and the loneliness and the building. Harry had built his 50 workings out of nothing but need and stubborn refusal and the dim, desperate hope that somewhere, somehow, there was more to the world than a cupboard under the stairs. And Voldemort saw that. Saw it and understood it and reflected it back with the precision of a mirror that showed not your face but your heart's deepest, most hidden truth. For 1 second, 1 heartbeat, Harry felt the connection between them not as a threat but as a bridge. 2 orphans. 2 prodigies. 2 boys who had found magic in the dark and built themselves out of it. Then Harry thought about his mother, standing between a crib and a wand, choosing death so her son could live. And the bridge collapsed. Harry pulled the final load-bearing thread. The effect was catastrophic. Voldemort's dark current, suddenly disconnected from the majority of its anchor points, destabilized. Quirrell screamed, a real scream, his own voice, not Voldemort's, and collapsed flat on the floor, his body convulsing as the parasitic magic tore loose from his system like roots being ripped from soil. And from the back of Quirrell's head, something emerged. A shadow. A wraith. A thing without form or substance, made entirely of dark current, Voldemort's essence, stripped from its host, hanging in the air like smoke. The face was still there, red eyes, white skin, snake-slit nostrils, but translucent, flickering, a ghost of a ghost. The wraith turned those red eyes on Harry, and the scar exploded. Pain beyond anything Harry had ever experienced. Beyond the cupboard, beyond hunger, beyond loneliness. White-hot, all-consuming, a fire in his brain that burned away thought and sense and left only the raw, animal urge to make it stop. The wraith flew at him. Harry did the only thing he could think of. He stopped trying to fight the pain and instead pushed through it, poured his current into his shield, into his shell, into every defensive working he had, and threw his hands up. The wraith hit his hands. And burned. Not Harry's hands. The wraith. The dark current that composed Voldemort's shade made contact with Harry's skin and ignited. A golden light, not glow, not any working Harry had made, something older and deeper and more powerful, erupted from Harry's palms and spread across the wraith's form like fire across paper. Voldemort screamed. A sound that was beyond sound, a psychic shriek that Harry felt through every thread in the room, through the scar, through the connection, through the very fabric of the ambient magic. The wraith writhed, twisting, trying to pull away from Harry's hands, but wherever it touched his skin, the golden light burned it, and wherever it burned, the dark current dissolved into nothing. Harry understood. Not through sight, not through analysis, through instinct. Through something in his blood, his bones, his mother's sacrifice. The protection Dumbledore had told him about, the ancient magic, powered by love, embedded in his very skin. This was what it did. This was what Lily Potter's death had bought, not just a shield, not just a ward, but a weapon. A burning, purifying light that the darkest magic in the world couldn't touch. He pressed his hands harder against the wraith. The golden light blazed. Voldemort screamed and the dark current fractured, splitting, pieces of it flying off and dissolving in the air, and then the wraith tore free. A violent, wrenching separation, leaving pieces of itself behind, diminished, weakened, a ragged shadow of the shadow it had been. It hung in the air for one moment, red eyes blazing with hatred and pain and that same terrible recognition, and it fled. Through the wall. Through the stone. Through the wards and the enchantments and the earth, racing away from the castle, from Harry, from the golden light in his hands. Gone. Harry stood in the chamber, hands still raised, golden light fading from his palms, the scar on his forehead throbbing with a pain that was already fading to a dull, distant ache. The mirror stood untouched. The stone was safe. Quirrell lay on the floor, unconscious, his breathing shallow, his current weak and trembling but, alive. Freed from the parasite. Damaged, but freed. Harry's legs gave out. He sat down hard on the cold stone, his vision swimming, his current guttering like a candle in a wind. He'd used too much. The unravel, the combat workings, the sustained shield, and then whatever the golden light had been, something that had drawn not on his current but on something deeper, something in his blood, something that was and wasn't his. He was empty. Hollowed out. Exhaustion hit him like a wave and the room tilted sideways and, he felt ember. Not saw, felt. A pulse of warmth against his chest, desperate, urgent. The little fox, manifesting without being called, pouring its own small reserve of magic back into Harry through their connection, a trickle of amber light flowing from construct to creator, keeping him conscious, keeping him here. Thanks, Ember, Harry whispered. The fox nuzzled his cheek. Its amber eyes were dim, sustaining itself and feeding Harry at the same time was beyond its capacity, and its form was flickering, translucent, fading. Don't, Harry said. Don't burn yourself out. I'm okay. Ember's form solidified one last time. The fox looked at him, really looked, with those eyes that held something between thought and love, and then dissolved into a warm amber glow that settled into Harry's chest and went still. Not gone. Resting. Ember was part of Harry, had always been part of Harry, and it would be back when Harry had the energy to sustain it. But for now, it slept. Harry lay on the cold floor of the chamber beneath Hogwarts, staring at the vaulted ceiling, and breathed. He'd won. Or at least, he hadn't lost. Voldemort was gone, weakened, diminished, driven out. Quirrell was alive. The stone was safe. His vision was darkening at the edges. Consciousness was a luxury his body could no longer afford. The last thing he felt, before the dark took him, was the castle's threads reaching down through the stone, reaching for him, wrapping around him, warm and ancient and protective, the way a parent wraps a blanket around a sleeping child. He slept. The hospital wing was bright and white and smelled of clean linen and potion herbs. Harry woke slowly, in layers, first the smell, then the light against his eyelids, then the weight of blankets, then the sounds. Birds outside. Voices in the distance. The steady, rhythmic breathing of someone sleeping nearby. He opened his eyes. Blinked. The ceiling was white stone, arched, unfamiliar. He was in a bed, a real bed, with actual pillows and actual blankets that someone had actually tucked around him. Sunlight fell through tall windows and made patterns on the floor. He turned his head. Ron was in the next bed, sitting up, bandage around his head, eating what appeared to be an entire box of chocolate frogs. Hermione was sitting in a chair between them, a book in her lap, her eyes red-rimmed. Harry. Hermione threw the book aside and grabbed his hand. Her current was a storm of relief so intense it actually made his side ache. You've been asleep for 3 days. Madame Pomfrey said you'd depleted your magical core almost entirely. We didn't know if. I'm fine, Harry said. His voice was a croak. Water? Ron handed him a glass. Harry drank. The water was cold and perfect and he drained the whole thing. What happened? He asked. After Dumbledore came back, Ron said. Apparently he realized something was wrong and turned around halfway to London. Found you in the chamber, unconscious, with Quirrell unconscious beside you and no you know who in sight. He brought you both up. Quirrell's in St. Mungo's, the magical hospital. He's going to live. And the stone? Destroyed, Hermione said. Dumbledore and Flammel agreed. It was too dangerous to keep. Flammel has enough elixir stored to set his affairs in order, and then, she paused. He and his wife will die. They're over 600 years old. Harry lay back against the pillows and thought about that. 600 years, ended because a dark wizard made the continued existence of the stone untenable. Another thing Voldemort had cost the world. Dumbledore wants to talk to you, Ron said. He's been in twice while you were out. Just sat by the bed. Didn't say anything. Just sat there. As if summoned, the hospital wing doors opened and Dumbledore walked in. He was wearing robes of pale gold, and he looked tired, not the permanent, ancient tiredness that lived in his eyes, but a newer, fresher exhaustion. The exhaustion of a man who had spent 3 days worrying. He conjured a chair, sat down beside Harry's bed, and said nothing for a long moment. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Hermione stood, tugged Ron's sleeve, and they withdrew to the far end of the ward with the practiced discretion of people who had learned when to give their friends space. How do you feel? Dumbledore asked. Empty, Harry said honestly. My current, my magic, it's coming back, but slowly. Like a well refilling. You nearly depleted your magical core entirely. Madame Pomfrey tells me that another few minutes would have caused permanent damage. You were very fortunate. I was very Ember, Harry said, and couldn't quite explain what that meant, but Dumbledore nodded as if he understood anyway. I owe you an apology, Dumbledore said. I was not here when you needed me. I was drawn away by a false message, a summons from the ministry that, in retrospect, was clearly engineered by Voldemort to remove me from the castle at the critical moment. I recognized the deception too late. You came back. Not soon enough. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Heavy. You should not have had to face him alone, Harry. You are 11 years old. I had Ron and Hermione. And they were extraordinary. Mr. Weasley's chess sacrifice was one of the bravest things I've heard of in many years. Miss Granger's composure under pressure would credit a fully trained Auror. He paused. But you went into the final chamber alone. And what happened there, I need you to tell me. Harry told him. All of it. The confrontation. Voldemort's speech, the recognition, the temptation, the offer. The combat. The unravel. The wraith. The golden light. Dumbledore listened without interrupting. When Harry described the golden light, the burning, the wraith screaming, the instinctive understanding that this was his mother's protection, the old man's eyes glistened behind his spectacles. Your mother's sacrifice, Dumbledore said softly. The deepest, oldest magic. Lily chose to die when she could have stepped aside. That choice, that love, left a protection in your blood, in your skin, in the very fabric of your being. It is why Voldemort could not touch you. And it is why the wraith burned. I didn't use a working for that, Harry said. It wasn't one of my 50. It was, something else. It was love, Harry. The one magic Voldemort cannot understand, cannot wield, and cannot defend against. Harry thought about this. About the golden light and Ember's warmth and Ron's sacrifice on the chessboard and Hermione's tears in the chair. About the Weasley jumper and Hagrid's cake and the way the castle's threads had wrapped around him as he fell unconscious. He said I built my magic out of the dark and the wanting, Harry said. He wasn't wrong. But he left out the part where I also built it out of a spider that kept rebuilding its web and a fox that taught me I wasn't alone. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Then he smiled, not the diplomatic smile, not the wise mentor smile, but a real one, warm and sad and proud. Voldemort's great failing, Dumbledore said, is that he has never understood that the things we build in the dark are shaped not only by the darkness but by what we choose to reach for within it. He reached for power. You reached for companionship. I reached for both. Yes. Dumbledore inclined his head. And that is what makes you different. They sat together in the sunlight for a while. Not talking. Just existing. The hospital wing was quiet. Ron's chocolate frog cards rustled at the far end of the ward. Hermione turned pages. Sir, Harry said. He'll come back. Yes. He's weaker now. I damaged him, pulled out pieces of his magic when I unraveled the possession. But he's not dead. He'll find another host, another plan. Yes. And I'll be here. Dumbledore looked at him, small and thin and bandaged, lying in a hospital bed, 11 years old, and already carrying a weight that would have crushed most adults. And in the old man's eyes, Harry saw something that wasn't pity or sorrow or concern. It was respect. You have a gift I have never seen in my long life, Harry, Dumbledore said. And there will be those who wish to use it, control it, or destroy it. I would rather help you protect it. Harry met his eyes. All 50 of them? Dumbledore smiled. That real smile again, the warm one, the one that crinkled the corners of his eyes and made him look, for just a moment, like the kind of grandfather Harry had always wished for. However many you need. The last week of term passed in a blur of sunshine and exams and the particular, bittersweet energy of a school year ending. Harry's magical core recovered slowly. Madame Pomfrey kept him in the hospital wing for 4 days, fussing and monitoring, and when she finally released him, she gave him a look that combined professional concern with barely suppressed curiosity. Your magical core is structured differently from any I've seen, she told him, running her wand over him one last time. The recovery pattern is unusual. Most depleted cores refill evenly. Yours is compartmentalized. As if the energy is returning to specific channels rather than a general reservoir. I've always been a bit unusual, Harry said. She didn't press. But he caught her making notes after he left. The Great Hall was decorated in Slytherin colors for the end-of-term feast. Draco Malfoy's house had won the House Cup, and Draco himself wore an expression of smug satisfaction that Harry's read identified as genuine but fragile, a boy clinging to a victory that proved something he desperately needed proved. Then Dumbledore stood up and awarded last-minute points. To Ron, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts had seen in many years, 50 points. To Hermione, for cool logic in the face of fire, 50 points. To Harry, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, 60 points. And to Neville Longbottom, for the courage to stand up to his friends when he thought they were doing something wrong, 10 points. Because Neville had tried to stop them leaving the common room that night, had physically blocked the portrait hole, had taken a full-body bind from Hermione rather than step aside. The points tipped the cup to Gryffindor. The hall erupted. Neville was mobbed, people who had never noticed him, never spoken to him, were clapping him on the back and shouting his name. His face was a study in disbelief. His current, that suppressed, buried fire, blazed. Harry caught Neville's eye across the table and nodded. Neville nodded back. No words necessary. Draco, at the Slytherin table, had gone white. His current was a tangle of humiliation and rage and something more complicated, a crack in the certainty, the assumption of rightful dominance, that his entire identity was built on. Harry felt almost sorry for him. Almost. Then he remembered the midnight duel trap and the feeling passed. The Hogwarts Express carried them south through green countryside in summer light. Harry sat in a compartment with Ron and Hermione, Neville joining them this time, folded into the group naturally, as if he'd always been there. Ron was demolishing a pile of every flavor beans and giving running commentary on each one. Hermione was reading ahead for next year's courses. Neville was showing them a plant he'd gotten from Professor Sprout as a gift, a Mimbulus Mimbletonia, squat and grey and pulsing with quiet, happy magical energy. Harry sat by the window and watched the world go by. Ember was back. The little fox had rematerialized the previous evening, climbing out of Harry's chest like a swimmer surfacing from deep water, and it sat on his knee now, watching the countryside with amber eyes that held the same quiet, content awareness they'd always held. "All right there, mate?" Ron asked, glancing over. "Yeah," Harry said. "Just thinking. About going back. The Dursleys. Privet Drive. The cupboard. The reality of his other life, waiting at the end of the train line like a shadow at the end of a corridor." "It won't be the same," Hermione said, looking up from her book. She'd heard. She always heard. "You're not the same person who left." "I know. And you won't be alone. We'll write. Every week. Every day," Ron corrected. "Mum's already said you're coming to the Burrow in August. She's not taking no for an answer." Harry looked at them. Ron with his freckles and his chocolate frog cards and his strategic mind. Hermione with her books and her fierce intelligence and her heart that was bigger than any library. Neville with his plant and his quiet, growing courage. Ember on his knee, amber and warm and alive with the magic Harry had breathed into existence in the darkest, smallest place in the world. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs. He thought about the first glow, that tiny, trembling point of light hovering above his finger in the dark, the first thing he'd ever made, the first proof that he was more than what they told him he was. He thought about 50 workings. 50 inventions. 50 acts of creation, each one a refusal to accept the world as it was given to him, each one a declaration that he could make something better, something new, something his. He thought about Voldemort, out there somewhere, weakened and furious, a wraith without a body, a mind without a home, planning and hating and reaching for power in the dark. They would meet again. Harry knew this the way he knew the current hummed beneath his skin, with certainty, with calm, with the quiet, steady readiness of someone who has been preparing for a long time. But not today. Today was sunshine and sweets and friends and the simple, extraordinary miracle of being 11 years old and alive and on a train full of people who knew his name and liked him anyway. Ember curled its tail around its paws and closed its eyes. Harry smiled and leaned back in his seat and watched the English countryside roll past, green and golden and full of possibility, and felt the current inside him, steady, powerful, patient, and knew that whatever came next, whatever darkness waited, whatever battles lay ahead, he would face them with everything he had. 50 workings and 2 best friends and a fox made of light and the love his mother had woven into his blood. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. Chapter 7 discusses the theoretical basis for magical animation. It might help explain Ember. Hagrid had sent him a roughly carved wooden flute. When Harry blew it, it sounded like an owl, and the ambient threads in the dormitory vibrated faintly in resonance. Hagrid had carved magic into it without knowing, the way some craftsmen did, intent leaking into their work through love. And there was one more package. Larger than the others. Wrapped in plain brown paper with no card, no note, no indication of who had sent it. Harry scanned it with sight before touching it, a precaution that had become habit, and his breath caught. The package was alive with threads. Not just enchanted, saturated. Layer upon layer of magical workmanship, ancient and refined, woven so deeply into the fabric of the object that the threads and the object were inseparable. This wasn't a thing with magic on it. This was a thing made of magic. Harry opened it. A cloak. Silvery, fluid, shimmering like water made of moonlight. It poured over his hands like liquid, weightless and impossibly soft, and when he held it up, the morning sunlight passed through it and emerged on the other side unchanged. An invisibility cloak. Harry had read about them in a history of magic, rare magical artifacts, usually imperfect, their concealment charms fading over time. But this one, he pushed his sight deep into its thread structure and marveled. This was no ordinary invisibility cloak. The enchantment wasn't layered on top of the fabric. The fabric was the enchantment. The two were one thing, indistinguishable, as if the cloak had been woven from threads of invisibility itself. And it was old. Centuries old. The magical signature was so weathered, so settled, so integrated with the ambient threads of the world that dating it was like trying to date a river by studying one of its stones. This cloak was an artifact. A masterwork. Something forged in an age when magic operated on principles that even Harry's intuitive understanding couldn't fully parse. He draped it over himself and looked down. His body was gone. Not flicker gone, not a shimmer, not a distortion. Gone. Perfect, absolute invisibility. A note fluttered from the folds. Harry caught it. Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. No signature. Harry sat on his bed, wrapped in his father's cloak, and felt the threads of ancient magic humming against his skin, and thought about the person who had sent it. The handwriting was elegant, controlled, old-fashioned. The phrasing was careful, use it well, not use it wisely, a distinction that suggested trust rather than caution. And the person had possessed the cloak since before James Potter died, which meant they were someone James had trusted, someone connected to the war, someone who had kept this artifact safe for 10 years and was now returning it to its rightful owner. Dumbledore. Harry didn't have proof. But the thread signature of the note matched no one he'd read in the castle except for a faint resonance with the vast, ancient current he'd felt from Dumbledore's office, the old man's magic, which permeated Hogwarts like perfume in a room its wearer had left. Dumbledore was watching. Dumbledore was making moves. And this cloak, this gift, was one of them. Harry put on the Weasley jumper, pocketed the flute, set the book aside for later, and draped the invisibility cloak over his shoulders. Ember materialized on his shoulder, amber eyes bright. "Let's go exploring," Harry said. The Mirror of Erised stood in an unused classroom on the 4th floor, hidden behind a door that pretended to be a wall. Harry found it by accident, or what felt like accident, though later he would wonder whether the castle had guided him there, its slow sentience recognizing that this boy, on this night, needed to find this thing. He was exploring under the invisibility cloak, drifting through the empty castle at 2 in the morning, feeling the threads pulse and shift around him. The cloak was remarkable. It didn't just conceal him visually, it concealed his magical signature too. Under the cloak, even his own sight struggled to detect himself. Whatever ancient magic had created this artifact, it operated on a level that made Harry's 50 workings look like a child's toys. He sensed the mirror before he saw it. A dense knot of enchantment, old and powerful, pulsing with a rhythm that was eerily like a heartbeat. He followed the threads through the false wall, down a short corridor, and into a high-ceilinged room lit by moonlight from tall windows. The mirror stood in the center of the room. 10 feet tall, ornate, gold-framed, with an inscription carved across the top that Harry read backward without thinking, a trick he'd learned from reading in the cupboard by reflected light. "I show not your face but your heart's desire." Harry stood before the mirror and saw his parents. They were standing behind him, in the reflection, not in the room. His father, tall and thin and messy-haired and wearing glasses, looking exactly like Harry would in 20 years. His mother, red-haired and green-eyed, smiling with a warmth that Harry could feel through the glass, through the enchantment, through the years and the death and the space between. His mother put her hand on his shoulder. In the reflection. He could see it. He couldn't feel it. Harry stood very still and let the tears come. Not many. He didn't have many. But enough. Then he opened his sight. The mirror's enchantment was a masterpiece. He traced its architecture with the same careful attention he'd given the protective shell around number 4, Privet Drive, and found something even more complex. The mirror didn't just show your desire, it reached into you. Through your eyes, through your current, into the deep architecture of your wants and needs and longings, and it pulled them out and reflected them back as images. It was the most sophisticated piece of mind magic Harry had ever encountered, and it operated passively, requiring no effort from the user, just proximity and attention. But there was something else. Underneath the desire-showing enchantment, woven into the mirror's base structure, Harry could feel a secondary function. Something dormant. Something waiting to be activated by a specific condition, a specific intent, a specific need, that would turn the mirror from a passive reflector into an active mechanism. The mirror was hiding something. Not just showing desires, hiding something, in a pocket of folded space behind its surface, accessible only to someone whose desire aligned with a specific, preset condition. Harry filed this away. The mirror was connected to the gauntlet below the trapdoor. He was certain of it. Another layer of protection for whatever Dumbledore was guarding. He turned back to the reflection. His parents smiled at him. His mother's hand rested on his shoulder. He wanted to stay. Every part of him wanted to stay, to stand here all night, all week, all year, looking at the family he'd never known, feeding the ache that lived in the space between his ribs. The mirror's enchantment was designed for this. It was designed to trap. Not maliciously, there was no malice in its threads, but inevitably, the way a flame traps a moth. The most perfect mirror in the world, showing you the thing you wanted most, with no way to reach it. Harry reached for the threads. He didn't unravel the mirror. He wouldn't have dared, the enchantment was too old, too complex, and too important to whatever Dumbledore was protecting. But he traced the threads that connected the mirror to his own current, the channels through which it was reading his desire, and he saw how it fed. The mirror drew energy from the viewer's emotions. Not much, a trickle, barely perceptible. But constant, as long as you looked. The more desperately you wanted, the more you looked. The more you looked, the more energy you fed into the mirror. And the mirror used that energy to sharpen the image, to make it more vivid, more detailed, more real, which made you want it more, which made you look longer, which, a loop. A feedback loop. Beautiful, elegant, and essentially addictive. Harry took a step back. Then another. The image of his parents dimmed as the distance grew, the connection between his current and the mirror's enchantment thinning, the loop weakening. It doesn't do to dwell on dreams, Harry. Harry spun. His shield snapped up instinctively, his current surging to combat readiness, and then he registered the voice, the presence, the vast and ancient current that had been standing behind him for who knew how long, invisible to his sight, undetectable by his pulse, hidden with a skill that made Harry's cloak working look amateur. Dumbledore stood by the door. Tall, thin, silver-bearded, dressed in a midnight blue robe embroidered with stars. His half-moon spectacles glinted in the moonlight. His expression was, Harry struggled to read him, and for the first time found a current so controlled, so disciplined, so layered with intentional shielding that Reed slid off it like water off glass. Harry's shield was still up. Dumbledore glanced at it, at the invisible barrier of force hanging in the air between them, and his eyebrows rose a fraction. I see you've already discovered the mirror's nature, Dumbledore said mildly. Most people stand before it for hours before realizing what it does. Some never realize. Harry lowered the shield. Slowly. It shows what you want most. Indeed. And what did you see? My family. Dumbledore nodded. Something moved behind his eyes, not pity, not sympathy, something older and sadder. The Mirror of Erised is one of the most dangerous objects in this castle. Not because of what it can do, but because of what it makes people do to themselves. Men have wasted their lives before it, entranced by visions of what they cannot have. The feedback loop, Harry said. It draws energy from desire. The more you want, the more it shows. The more it shows, the more you want. Dumbledore went very still. His current, that vast, impenetrable shield, flickered. Just once. A crack, instantly sealed, but Harry caught a glimpse of what was underneath, surprise. Genuine surprise. The kind that comes when something you thought impossible happens in front of you. How, Dumbledore said carefully, did you determine that? Harry hesitated. The invisibility cloak was still over his shoulders, puddled around his feet. The moonlight fell between them in silver columns. In the mirror, his parents watched. I can see it, Harry said. The enchantment. The way the threads connect the mirror to the viewer. The energy flow. You can see magical enchantments. I can feel them. See them. I'm not sure which word is right. And how long have you been able to do this? Since I was 9. The silence that followed was the loudest silence Harry had ever experienced. Dumbledore stood perfectly still, his blue eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that Snape's mind probes couldn't match, not because Dumbledore was trying to invade his thoughts, but because Dumbledore was looking at him the way a sailor looks at an unexpected star on the horizon. Reorienting. Since you were 9, Dumbledore repeated softly. He moved into the room, unhurried, his robes whispering on the stone floor. He didn't approach the mirror. He approached Harry. Would you sit with me for a moment? 2 chairs appeared, conjured from nothing, materializing in the space between heartbeats, a casual display of magical power that Harry's sight couldn't even fully track. One was a plush armchair. The other was a high-backed wooden chair. Dumbledore took the wooden one, leaving the comfortable one for Harry. Harry sat. Ember stirred in his chest, uncertain, and Harry sent a pulse of calm through their connection. I should tell you, Dumbledore said, that I have been aware for some time that you possess unusual abilities. The ward around your aunt's house, my creation, as you may have guessed, sent me a signal 2 years ago when your magical output began to exceed its designed parameters. I adjusted the ward remotely, but the signal itself was unprecedented. No child's accidental magic had ever triggered it. It wasn't accidental. No. I'm beginning to understand that. Dumbledore folded his hands in his lap. His rings glinted, each one enchanted, Harry's sight noted, each one carrying a different function, a different purpose. The old man was armed to the teeth with subtle magic. Professor Snape came to see me recently. He described the damage in the first-floor bathroom, damage inconsistent with a troll attack and consistent with a concussive magical blast of considerable power. He also reported that your mind is shielded against legilimency, which is a skill that fully trained Aurors sometimes struggle to achieve. Legilimency, Harry said. That's what he was doing. Reading my mind through eye contact. You recognized the attempt. I felt it. I blocked it. How? I built a barrier. Around my thoughts. The same way I build barriers around my body. Dumbledore studied him. The firelight, there was no fire, Harry realized, the warmth and light in the room were coming from the moonlight itself, which Dumbledore had somehow amplified without visible effort, played across the old man's face, deepening the lines, illuminating the eyes. Harry. I need to ask you something, and I need you to answer honestly. Okay. Have you shared what you can do with anyone? Ron and Hermione know some of it. Not all. And what you've told them, the full extent of your abilities, how did they react? Hermione wants to study it. Ron wants to help me use it strategically. Neither of them has told anyone else. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Good. That is very good. I need you to understand something, Harry, and I need you to understand it fully, because it matters. What you have developed, this system of wandless, incantation-free magic based on pure intent and visualization, is not something the wizarding world has seen before. There have been powerful wizards. There have been innovative wizards. There have been wizards who pushed the boundaries of what was thought possible. But none of them, to my knowledge, has done what you have done, constructed an entirely original magical framework from scratch, without training, without tools, without reference to existing magical theory. Harry said nothing. He could feel the weight of Dumbledore's words, not in their content, which he'd already guessed, but in their delivery. The old man was choosing each word with precision, building towards something. When this becomes known, and it will become known, Harry, because secrets of this magnitude do not remain secret forever, it will provoke strong reactions. Some will be fascinated. Some will be frightened. Some will want to study you. Some will want to control you. Some, Dumbledore paused. Some will want to use you. I know. Do you? I grew up with the Dursleys, Professor. I know what people do when they find something powerful and vulnerable. Something flickered in Dumbledore's expression. Not guilt, his shields were too strong for Harry to be sure, but something in that direction. A shadow crossing deep water. I failed you there, Dumbledore said quietly. The wards required a blood relative. Your aunt was the only option. I knew the household would be unkind. I did not know the extent. I should have checked. I should have visited. I chose instead to trust in the protection and in Mrs. Figg's reports, and both were insufficient. He met Harry's eyes. I am sorry. Harry looked at him. The apology was real, he could feel that much, even through Dumbledore's shields. Not performed, not political. A genuine acknowledgement of failure from a man who did not make such acknowledgements lightly. Thank you, Harry said. For saying that. Dumbledore inclined his head. Then his expression shifted, something harder moving behind the gentle eyes. Now. I have told you something honest and difficult. May I ask for the same in return? Yes. Have you sensed anything unusual about Professor Quirrell? The question hung in the air. Harry weighed it. Dumbledore was asking, which meant he either knew or suspected. And if Dumbledore knew about the thing inside Quirrell, then telling the truth here wasn't revealing something dangerous. It was confirming something the most powerful wizard in Britain was already watching. There are two magical signatures inside Professor Quirrell, Harry said. One is his. The other isn't. The second one is dark, powerful, and parasitic. It's using Quirrell as a host. Dumbledore's hands tightened on the arms of his chair. A small movement. Controlled instantly. But Harry saw it. And the second signature, did it remind you of anything? My scar. Harry touched his forehead. There's a thread connecting my scar to the thing inside Quirrell. The same kind of magic. The same flavor. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Just for a moment. When he opened them, the gentle headmaster was gone, and what Harry saw was something far older and more dangerous, a wizard who had fought wars and won them and carried the scars into the present. You are correct, Dumbledore said. The entity inside Professor Quirrell is Lord Voldemort. What remains of him? He did not die the night he attacked your family, Harry. He was diminished, reduced to a shadow, but not destroyed. He has been searching for a way to return to power, and he has found a host in Professor Quirrell. And he's after whatever's hidden beneath the trapdoor. The Philosopher's Stone. Created by my friend Nicholas Flamel. It produces the elixir of life, which grants immortality, and can transmute any metal into gold. In Voldemort's hands, it would provide him a path back to full power and a physical form. Harry absorbed this. Then why is it here? In a school full of children? Because Gringotts, where it was stored previously, was broken into on the very day I had it removed. Hogwarts is the safest place in Britain. The protections around the stone are the work of several of the most capable witches and wizards alive. And, Dumbledore paused. The weight of what came next was visible in his shoulders. And because I believe that if Voldemort was going to make an attempt, it would be better for that attempt to happen in a place where I could control the response. You're using the stone as bait. Dumbledore didn't flinch. Yes. Harry thought about this. It was a ruthless strategy. Ruthless, calculating, and, he had to admit, effective. Draw the enemy to ground you control. Let him commit to an attempt. Catch him in the act. The gauntlet of protections wasn't just defense. It was a trap. But they were sitting in a school. Surrounded by children. And the trap had a dark wizard as its quarry. What happens if he gets through? Harry asked. He won't. The final protection is the Mirror of Erised. I have enchanted it so that only a person who wants to find the stone but not use it can retrieve it from the mirror. Voldemort, who wants the stone for his own purposes, will never be able to extract it. Clever. Harry thought about the secondary function he'd sensed in the mirror, the dormant mechanism, waiting for a specific intent. Want the stone but not want to use it. A paradox lock, keyed to selflessness. Sir, how long have you known about the thing inside Quirrell? Since the beginning of term. Professor Snape has been monitoring him on my behalf. And you haven't acted. I have not. Because you want Voldemort to make his move. Because I need to understand his current capabilities, his methods, and his resources. Driving him from Quirrell now would merely send him fleeing to find another host, another plan, another approach. I would rather he reveal himself here, where I can observe and respond, than lose him into the shadows again. Harry sat with this. The logic was sound. Cold, but sound. And Dumbledore's current, even behind its shields, carried a weight that Harry associated not with callousness but with calculation, the calculation of a man who had been fighting this war, in one form or another, for decades. You're telling me all this, Harry said. Why? Because you already knew most of it. Because hiding it from you would be both insulting and pointless. And because, Dumbledore's voice softened. Because you have a right to know. Voldemort marked you, Harry. The night he tried to kill you, he created a connection between you, the thread you described. Whatever happens next, you are involved. You have been involved since you were a year old. I would rather you be involved with full knowledge than blunder in the dark. Harry looked at the old man, the half-moon spectacles, the silver beard, the eyes that held a century of battles and losses and impossible choices, and felt something shift in his understanding. Dumbledore wasn't a kindly headmaster. He wasn't a distant puppet master. He was a general, fighting a war most people didn't know was still happening, making decisions that cost him pieces of his soul every time, and looking at Harry with an expression that held equal parts hope and sorrow. "There's one more thing," Dumbledore said. "Something I have told no one, not even Snape. Harry, there is a prophecy. Made before your birth. A prophecy that links you to Voldemort in a way that goes beyond the scar and the connection." Harry's current went still. "What does it say?" "I will not tell you its contents. Not yet. You are 11 years old, and the weight of those words would be premature. But I will tell you that it exists, and that Voldemort knows it exists, and that it is one of the reasons he targeted your family. He killed my parents because of a prophecy." "Yes." The word fell into silence like a stone into deep water. Harry felt the ripples moving through him, not anger, not grief, but something more fundamental. A reorientation. A piece of the puzzle clicking into place, changing the shape of the whole picture. "When will you tell me what it says?" Harry asked. "When you're ready." "How will you know when I'm ready?" Dumbledore smiled. It was a sad smile, tired around the edges, but genuine. "I suspect, Harry, that you will tell me." Harry held the old man's gaze. Through his sight, through his mental shell, through the layers of protection and perception and power that he'd built over 3 years in a cupboard under the stairs, Harry looked at Albus Dumbledore and made a decision. Not to trust him completely. Not yet. Trust was earned, not given, and Dumbledore had just admitted to using the stone as bait in a school full of children. But to trust him enough. To accept that they were, for the moment, on the same side, facing the same enemy, with complementary knowledge and complementary abilities. "I have 50 of them," Harry said. "Spells. Techniques. Workings. Whatever you want to call them. 50 things I can do that I invented in the cupboard under the stairs because nobody told me I couldn't." Dumbledore's eyes widened, a fraction, quickly controlled, but Harry caught it. 50. "I can show you. Some of them. If you want." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The moonlight shifted. The mirror gleamed. In its surface, Harry's parents watched, patient and smiling. "Not tonight," Dumbledore said finally. "Tonight, I want you to go back to bed and sleep and enjoy Christmas morning and eat too many sweets and be an 11-year-old boy for a few more hours. Because the time is coming, Harry, sooner than I would like, when you will need to be something more. And I want you to have this." He stood. The chairs vanished. The room returned to its empty, moonlit state. "One more thing. The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow. I would ask that you not seek it out again. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live." "I know," Harry said. I could see the feedback loop. I wasn't going to come back. Dumbledore paused at the door. Turned. Looked at Harry, small and thin and messy-haired and wrapped in an invisibility cloak, standing before a magic mirror with a fox made of light on his shoulder, and something in his expression cracked. Not his shields. Something underneath. "You have a gift I have never seen in my long life, Harry," he said. "And I will do everything in my power to help you protect it." Then he was gone, and Harry was alone with the mirror and his parents and the vast, quiet, complicated feeling of being known. January was cold and sharp and the world snapped back into focus. Ron and Hermione returned, full of Christmas stories and family warmth, and Harry told them everything. The mirror, Dumbledore, the philosopher's stone, the prophecy. Not everything Dumbledore had said, some of it felt private, the apology especially, but the strategic picture. The stone. The trap. Voldemort inside Quirrell. Hermione went white. Ron went red. They processed in opposite directions, Hermione into rapid-fire analysis, Ron into tight-jawed determination, and arrived at the same conclusion. "We need to be ready," Ron said. "We need more information," Hermione said. Both were right. They split the work. Hermione dove into research, the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel, historical accounts of possession and parasitic magic. Ron studied the castle's layout, memorizing corridors and passages and the positions of teachers during different hours, building a mental map of who was where and when, so they'd know the moment something changed in the daily patterns. Harry watched Quirrell. Not directly. That would be dangerous. Whatever was inside Quirrell had already tried to kill him once, and alerting it to Harry's surveillance would be catastrophic. Instead, Harry used thread, his thread creation working, to spin a web of nearly invisible sensor lines through the corridors near Quirrell's office and classroom. Each thread was gossamer thin, woven into the ambient magical background of the castle, practically undetectable unless you knew exactly what to look for. They didn't spy on Quirrell directly. They just monitored the magical activity in his vicinity, spikes in the dark current, movements at unusual hours, any interaction with the third-floor corridor. For 3 weeks, nothing happened. Quirrell taught his classes, badly. The man was a terrible teacher, his stuttering and nervousness making defense against the dark arts nearly incomprehensible, ate in the great hall, retired to his office, and did nothing overtly suspicious. The dark current inside him was quiet, dormant, waiting. But Harry could feel it thinking. Through the thin thread connecting his scar to Quirrell, he could sense, not thoughts, not words, but activity. A dark intelligence, patient and calculating, studying the castle's defenses the same way Harry studied enchantments. Probing. Testing. Learning. Voldemort was planning. And he was taking his time. "He's waiting for something," Harry told Ron and Hermione during one of their evening sessions. "I can't tell what. But he's not ready yet. He's still studying the protections." "Can you see what he's learned?" Hermione asked. "Not without pushing through the scar connection, and if I do that, he'll feel me." "Then don't," Ron said firmly. "Last thing we need is you-know-who knowing you can spy on him." Harry agreed. He maintained his sensor web and kept his distance and waited. February. March. The days lengthened, the snow melted, the grounds turned green. Harry attended classes, pretended to be average, and spent every free moment with Ron and Hermione. The three of them had become inseparable, a fact noticed by the rest of Gryffindor with varying degrees of interest. Neville Longbottom watched them with quiet, wistful eyes, hovering at the edges of their group, too shy to insert himself but clearly wanting to be included. Harry included him. Not in the Quirrell investigation, Neville wasn't ready for that, and the fewer people who knew, the better, but in everything else. He sat with Neville at meals, partnered with him in herbology, where Neville's magic, so suppressed in other classes, bloomed like the plants he tended, and continued the quiet, gentle work of encouraging Neville's buried current to surface. It was working. By March, Neville could produce a lumos that lit the whole room. By April, his levitation charm could lift a textbook without wobbling. Small victories, invisible to anyone who wasn't watching. Harry was watching. "You're good at this," Hermione told him one evening, watching Harry across the common room as Neville successfully transfigured a matchstick into a passable needle and burst into a grin that transformed his whole face. "Good at what?" "Teaching. Encouraging. You never tell him he's doing it wrong, you just show him what right looks like and let him get there himself." Harry shrugged. "Nobody taught me. I had to figure it out alone. That was harder than it needed to be." "So you're making sure Neville doesn't have to?" Harry didn't answer. But Ember pulsed warm against his chest, and across the room, Neville was holding up his needle with the pride of a boy who had just, for the first time in his life, believed he could. Late April. Harry's sensor web tripped. It happened at 2 a.m. on a Thursday. Harry was asleep in the dormitory, deep in a dream about flying, when a sharp pulse from one of his threads yanked him awake. He sat up in the dark, instantly alert, sight blazing. Quirrell was in the third-floor corridor. Not his office. Not his classroom. The corridor. The forbidden one. Harry could feel the man's dual signature, the weak, frightened Quirrell and the dark, powerful passenger, moving along the hallway toward the door behind which the Cerberus waited. And the dark current was active. Not dormant, not waiting. Active. Probing the door's enchantments, testing the locks, feeling for weaknesses. Harry threw off his covers. His bare feet hit the cold stone floor. He pulled on the invisibility cloak in one motion, engaged flicker beneath it, redundant, but Harry believed in layers, activated skin, reinforced his mental shell, and slipped out of the dormitory. The castle at 2 a.m. was a different creature. The threads were sleepy, sluggish, the ambient magic cycling through its nocturnal rhythm. The portraits dozed in their frames. The staircases moved with the slow, dreamy randomness of an empty castle at rest. Harry moved through it like a ghost. His pulse mapped the corridors ahead, empty, empty, Mrs. Norris on the second floor but moving away, and he climbed to the third floor in under 3 minutes. He felt Quirrell before he saw him. The man was standing in front of the door, one hand raised, his current pouring into the lock. But it wasn't Quirrell driving the attempt. Through the scar thread, Harry could feel the dark intelligence at the helm, directing Quirrell's magic like a puppet master working strings. Harry stopped at the end of the corridor. 40 feet away. Under the cloak, under flicker, shielded and muffled, he was invisible in every way that mattered. He watched. Quirrell's hand trembled against the door. The dark current probed the lock, a complex enchantment, multiple layers, designed to resist exactly this kind of forced entry. Harry could see the dark current testing each layer, methodically, intelligently, looking for gaps. And then Quirrell spoke. Except it wasn't Quirrell's voice. It was a low, cold, sibilant whisper that came from the back of his head, from beneath the turban, and it said, "Not yet. The dog requires music. We need the half-breed's weakness." Quirrell answered in his own voice, barely audible, terrified, "Why yes, my lord." "And the other protections?" "Esprouts is a D-devil's snare. I can bypass it. The K-keys, Flitwick's work, will require flight." McGonagall's chess set, "You have studied them?" "Yes, my lord." "And Dumbledore's protection?" "The mirror?" I don't yet understand how, find out." Quirrell flinched as if struck. His current spasmed, the dark parasite tightening around it, squeezing, punishing. Then the pressure released and Quirrell sagged against the wall, breathing hard. "We move soon. Before the old fool becomes suspicious. He already watches me, my lord. He watches. He does not act. His weakness is his mercy. He will wait until he is certain, and by then, it will be too late." The cold voice paused. "Then, something is here." Harry's blood froze. He was under the invisibility cloak. Under flicker. Under muffle. Under every concealment he possessed. No one should have been able to detect him. But the dark current shifted, orienting toward him like a predator scenting prey. The scar on Harry's forehead flared with sudden, sharp pain, the thread between them vibrating, resonating, and Harry understood. The cloak hid his body, flicker hid his light, muffle hid his sound. But nothing hid the thread. The connection between his scar and Voldemort's fragment was a two-way street, and Voldemort had just felt traffic. "My lord?" Quirrell's voice, high with fear. "The boy." The cold voice was barely a whisper now, but Harry heard it through pulse as clearly as if it were shouted. "The Potter boy is near. I can feel the connection." Harry didn't breathe. Didn't move. His current was locked down, every working minimized, every output suppressed. He was a stone. A shadow. A nothing. "I do not sense him, my lord." The corridor is empty, he is hidden. He has resources we do not understand. Leave. Now. Before Dumbledore is alerted. Quirrell moved. Fast, for a frightened man, down the corridor, away from Harry, robes billowing, footsteps echoing and fading. Harry pressed against the wall and let him pass, close enough to touch, and felt the dark current brush against his scar like a cold finger tracing the shape of the lightning bolt. Then Quirrell was gone. The corridor was empty. The thread settled. Harry stood in the dark for a long time, breathing, the pain in his scar fading slowly to a dull ache. His hands were shaking. He clenched them into fists and made them stop. Voldemort knew about him. Not the specifics, not the 50 workings, not the details, but the existence. The connection. The fact that Harry could sense him and that Harry had means of concealment beyond what Voldemort expected. The clock was ticking. Voldemort was nearly ready. The protections had been studied, the weaknesses identified. Music for the dog. Devil's Snare, enchanted keys, a chess set, and then, whatever else lay between the surface and the stone. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower under the cloak, silent and invisible, the castle sleeping around him, and thought about timing. Not yet. Voldemort had said not yet. Which meant Harry had time. But not much. He needed to be ready. The next morning, Harry told Ron and Hermione. He's going for it, Harry said. Soon. He knows most of the protections already. The only thing stopping him is the mirror, he doesn't understand how Dumbledore's final safeguard works. But you do, Hermione said. The paradox lock. You need to want the stone but not want to use it. Right. Which means Quirrell, Voldemort, can't retrieve it. His entire purpose is to use the stone. So what's the problem? Ron asked. If he can't get the stone, the trap works. The problem is that Voldemort knows I can sense him. Last night, he felt me watching. He knows I have concealment abilities. And he knows about the scar connection. So he's smart. Brilliant, actually, his magical analysis of the protections was methodical, precise, professional. He's not going to walk into a trap he can see. If he realizes the mirror is a dead end, he'll change his approach. Maybe he goes after Dumbledore directly. Maybe he takes a student hostage. Maybe he does something we haven't thought of. Ron and Hermione were quiet. We need to move first, Harry said. Not now. But when he goes for the stone, when he makes his move, we need to be there. Harry, Hermione said carefully, Dumbledore told you he's handling this. Dumbledore told me he's waiting for Voldemort to reveal himself. But what if Voldemort doesn't reveal himself the way Dumbledore expects? What if the trap isn't as foolproof as Dumbledore thinks? You want to go through the trapdoor, Ron said. Not a question. If it comes to it. Yes. Ron looked at him. Steady, serious, the joking facade stripped away entirely. Then we go together. Ron, not negotiable, mate. You said it yourself, Voldemort's smart. You might need a chess player. Hermione closed her eyes. Harry could feel her current churning, fear and logic wrestling for control. Logic won, as it always did with Hermione. If we're going to do this, she said, we need to prepare. The protections, do we know what they all are? Devil's Snare from Professor Sprout. Enchanted keys from Flitwick. A chess set from McGonagall. Quirrell mentioned those specifically. There are others he didn't mention, I can feel at least 2 more layers beneath those, plus Snape's contribution, plus the mirror. Then we prepare for each one. I'll research Devil's Snare. Ron, you're the chess player, start thinking about strategy for a magical chess set. Harry, I'll map the gauntlet. From above. Through sight. Every layer, every enchantment, every thread. They looked at each other, three 11-year-olds in an empty classroom, planning an assault on a dark wizard's heist. It was insane. It was terrifying. It was, Harry realized with a strange, fierce clarity, exactly what he was supposed to be doing. Ember materialized on his shoulder, amber eyes bright, tail swishing. "We'll be ready," Harry said. It wasn't a question. It wasn't a hope. It was a statement of fact, spoken by a boy with 50 workings and 2 friends and a promise to himself that he'd made in a cupboard under the stairs. He would never be powerless again. The threads hummed. The castle listened. And somewhere in a turban on the back of a frightened man's head, something ancient and terrible was preparing to make its move.